So welcome to our second Craft Skills for Garden Conservation webinar. It's really nice to see how many participants we have. And I just wanted to give you a quick introduction to the scheme or the project as a whole. So Ernestine, if we could move on to the next slide. Here we go. So we managed to pull together a whole group of gardens and training bodies throughout Europe to try and find and develop the best practice for garden conservation. Move on. And we realized very soon on in our discussions as COVID began to hit how important heritage gardens are to our well-being and in both our natural and the cultural heritage of all our nations. But they really do need a lot of important skills that we're beginning to lose. So that's why I've got a message in the chat. Somebody can't hear. Is this a general?
Yeah, can somebody else in the audience write and to tell us if you can hear?
Okay. I hear you fine. Okay.
Okay,
good.
thank you. Then Joseph, try restarting your computer. And if it doesn't work on the computer, you can use your mobile phone to join as well as an alternative. Sorry.
Okay, so should we move on?
Yeah.
So my name is Kate Nicol. I should have introduced myself. I'm the workshop coordinator for the scheme. So I'm involved in trying to set up workshops and webinars over the next 3 years to cover 9 subjects that we've located as the ones that really need addressing. And we'll move on and we can share. Here are the 7 partners in the project. I won't read them all out because I'm bound to mispronounce some of them, but you can see we represent several countries in Northern Europe, and hopefully we're sharing topics that each of those countries have strengths in, and that's why we're inviting you to join us on those topics. You could move on. So over the 3 years, there'll be 9 webinars. So this is the second this winter. We'll have a third one next month, and there'll be 9 workshops. And then towards the end of the 3 years, we'll have 5 seminars to revisit those topics and see what we've all learned from each other. Move on. And so this is the plan for the whole year. We have dates for each of the webinars. You can see there we are on the 22nd of February today. And the workshop on lawns and meadows will be in June this year in Sweden. So those are the different topics and the dates that we have, but you can find a lot more now on our brand new website, which is just started. And so please do check the website. So now I'm going to hand over to Jenny Nilsson, who is going to chair this webinar on lawns and meadows. So Jenny, please. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, thank you, Kate, for presenting the whole project. This is one part of it, and I'd like to just say that you're very welcome to this webinar, which will be about lawn and meadow cultivation in historic gardens. It's hosted by Gunnebo House and Gardens in Sweden, in the southwest of Sweden, close to the city of Gothenburg. And you will be hearing from the head gardener quite soon here. But at first, I'd like to just talk a little bit more about the aim of the day and also some practical stuff that you're seeing on the screen right now. So the aim of the day is to learn more about lawn and meadow management, of course, but it is also to raise some of the important questions that we need to consider when we're working in historic sites with lawns and meadows today. My name is Jenny Nilsson. As we said, I'm like a freelancer and I work a lot with Gunnebo. Among other things, I teach in horticulture and meadow management. And on the side, I'm also a professional scythe instructor. And those of you who want to join in the workshop will be meeting me again. And for those of you who don't recognize the word scythe, I have a mini scythe here and it's used for cutting grass, yeah? I didn't want to bring in the full size ones today, but you will be hearing this word a lot, scythe, and I'll write it in the chat so you'll recognize it, yeah? Because it's not a word that everybody knows. So I will be presenting the speakers, and I will handle the Q&A sessions, and I'll also be giving us short presentations later today on Meadows. Now some practical information that's on the screen here. If you want to just speak to each other or ask about a difficult word or something, and that, you know, to say something that everybody will see, including all of the audience, you use the chat. You can find it in the menu here. But then if you want to ask a question that we will read out loud to the speaker, you use the Q&A, the questions and answers function, and that will only be sent to us, the panelists, and we will read that question up after the speaker has given their presentation. So that's, if you want to ask a question to the speaker, use the Q&A. And if you just want to sort of do a little quick discussion or something with everybody, you use the chat. And we will be using the chat to give tips. And for example, there's one that popped up now that we have. There's a link now in the chat to a little survey where you can enter which country you're from, and that can be quite nice to see. You know, how many countries are here today. We will do a poll with some questions about lawns and meadows during the lunch break. You will see that, and I'll talk about that more. And then at the end, we'll also be doing a survey. So you don't actually have to write your country in the chat, but you follow the link that Rebecca just posted in the chat. You click on that link, and then you can enter your country there, because then we can get a nice collective result to see. Right. In about 1.5 hours, we will have a coffee break, and then we will have a 2-hour lunch break later today. And I will be reminding you of that. And we will also remind you that we have different time zones. So the program is in Greenwich Mean Time, that the time that you have in the UK. Just moving on to the actual webinar now. We will be beginning with learning a bit more about the historical background of lawns and meadows. And then after that, we move on to some more current topics that affect our day-to-day work. So that's sort of how the day will be looking. And the first speaker is Joachim Seiler, who is the head gardener at Gunnebohausen Gardens. And he's also a researcher at the University of Gothenburg. This webinar is his brainchild, really. And so he's I mean, who else to start off, right, with the first presentation. So don't forget to write questions for Joachim in the Q&A, and we will read them out later. Joachim will be starting with teaching us more about the history of the lawn. Take it away, Joachim.
Thank you, Jenny. Thank you very much. Nice to see you all. I'm very excited about this day, and I hope it all will work good and that you will see my presentation shortly. Does it work? Do you see the presentation?
We don't see the full screen one. It's we see the regular sort of editing window. Somebody asked if the poll will also come as a link in the chat during the lunch break, and that is a yes.
Just a second.
Yeah, I finished early, so you have 1 minute here. There we go, looks fine now. If somebody uses a difficult word, feel free to write it in the chat, like what does that mean? And some of us in the panel can reply. So that's just a tip to everybody.
Yeah.
Okay.
Very good. So hopefully this will work fine now. Hello, everyone. My name is Joachim Seiler, as Jenny said, and I'm the head gardener at Gunnebohaus in Sweden. And Gunnebohaus is one of the partners in this Erasmus Plus project, Craft Skills for Garden Conservation. As a representative for Gunnebohaus, who is the host of this webinar, I would like to welcome all of you also. Gunnebo House is a summer house outside Gothenburg in western Sweden, created in the 18th century for a wealthy merchant in Gothenburg. So it's an 18th century garden. It is a listed building and garden and a cultural reserve of 100 hectares. And this presentation is based on my PhD project at the Department of Conservation at the University of Gothenburg. And at that department, craft research has developed as a field of research during the last 20 years. A specialized organization for this perspective have been created, the Craft Laboratory. And this organization collaborates with Gunnebo and is one of the partners also in this Erasmus Plus project.
Did Joachim just freeze, or is it me who froze?
So the title phone, yeah. So my PhD project was not a traditional historical study, but a study within craft research that I will present the results of today. Since 25 years, there have been a strong focus on reconstructions and traditional crafts, especially concerning the buildings and gardens at Gunnebo House. The reconstructions have been made with craft methods. And the garden at Gunnebo consists of 3 parts. It's the pleasure garden, the kitchen gardens, and the landscape garden. And my research is focused on the pleasure garden. In this presentation, the word management is used instead of maintenance or upkeep. And the reason for this is the intention not to limit the scope of the gardener's actions and knowledge, which the term maintenance seems to do, I think. My study sets out from the fact that previous research in garden history and conservation has overlooked the craftsmanship of gardening, and especially the management of the structural elements of lawns. We are generally very careful to choose the historically correct plants in, for example, the reconstructed flower border. We are careful to choose the right materials. But when it comes to management, anything goes as soon as it is time efficient. And that's something that I'm critical to. One objective in my research has been to analyze and discuss historical literature and images, historical sources, depicting historical management methods. And another objective has been to perform craft experiments based on information in the sources. The goals for my research have been to improve garden conservation and to elicit the importance of craft research to inform conservation practice in the shaping of relevant and sustainable management regimes for historic gardens. So the research started not in a library or in an archive, it started in the garden. I have studied historical gardening methods, and my study started in the garden when I mowed the lawn with my colleagues. We used push reel mowers as the one on the photo, and we had high ambitions regarding historical authenticity. And this led to the questions: how did they manage these lawns in the 18th century? And also the question, how shall we manage our lawns in this historic garden today? So the question came in the practical situation in the garden. And these questions were then investigated with the garden as my laboratory. And the results are presented in my thesis from 2020, Management Regimes for Lawns and Hedges in Historic Gardens. My main sources in my study, so I took the questions from the practical questions from the garden, and I went into the library and choose some sources to answer the questions. And my main sources were André Mollet, The Pleasure Garden, Desailly d'Archenville, The Theory and Practice of Gardening, John Abercrombie, Every Man His Own Gardener, and The Complete Kitchen Gardener. And Johan Ahlich, The Swedish Pleasure Garden, Petter Lundberg, The Correct Swedish Gardening Practice, and Anders Lundström, Handbook in Gardening. And the origin of the lawn have not been the focus in my study, but I will say a few words about that anyway. From the Middle Ages, garden experts John Woodstra and James Hitchmo argue that there were two types of grassy sward, either a kind of green velvet or a flower-rich sward. They call the latter the flowery mead. In Sweden, this type of lawn existed at the monasteries and had the name trädgårdar, lawn courtyards. In Sweden, it also seems like André Mollet was the one who introduced the lawn in pleasure gardens. He was open to accept low flowers in the lawn together with the grasses. So it was not a completely green velvet, the lawn that André Mollet described, but also it was a lawn that contained some small flowers. So that's just a brief overview of the origin of the lawn in Sweden. But that has not been the main focus of my study. So looking at images, there are not so many image sources showing lawn maintenance in Sweden from the 18th century. So instead I've had to go and look at international sources like this one. This is an engraving showing gardeners at work with a whetstone, the scythe, and the broom in the background. And they recommend, pardon?
Sorry, Joachim.
Yeah.
But, they cannot see your presentation.
You have to up in the upper corner. There's a little function called, it says view, and you can switch between if you want to see a gallery or a standard or speaker or full screen, and you probably need to switch between those two if you want to see just Joachim, or if you want to see the actual presentation as well. You switch to speakers or gallery.
So it's not from Joachim, it's the other.
Doesn't seem to. I think, okay. People are saying it doesn't change. It's funny, I'm seeing Joachim's presentation. Joachim, could you stop sharing and share again? I think we fiddled with some settings or something.
Yes. So I start again.
Yeah, please.
And hopefully it works.
Can you see it now? Okay, yes, thank you. Great. And we're seeing the full screen. Everything looks fine here.
Yeah, very good. It's very good that you comment and say when it doesn't work and when it works. So it's because I see what I see here. So
yes.
Okay, I will move on then.
Yeah, can I also say that you have 10 minutes left?
Yes,
yeah.
Very good. These are some of the tools that were used in lawn management, and the recommended frequency in the sources for scythe mowing varied a lot, from 4 times a year to once a month, every 3rd week, every fortnight, once a week, or even twice a week. So, and all frequencies except the least and the most intense were tested in my craft experiments at Gunnebo. So this is basically what I've been doing. I've been looking in the sources for information about the practice, and then I've tried it out in the garden as a laboratory. What I found was that the lawn is rare in the Swedish sources before the 19th century. Most grass areas in common gardens were left to grow high in order to produce hay. The management methods for lawns before the lawnmower was introduced were conducted with the roller, the scythe, and the broom. And it consisted in rolling the lawn, like on this image, rolling the lawn with a roller first in order to take away the worm casts and make the surface even, which in turn would prevent the scythe edge from becoming blunt during mowing. The craft experiments of lawn management contributed by showing that the procedure started with an assessment of the height of the grass the day before mowing, though this was not mentioned in the sources. The assessment answers 2 questions. Is the grass high enough? Is it time for scythe mowing? And the second step was to roll the lawn with a roller the day before scythe mowing. The third step was to peen the scythe to get a sharp edge at the blade, and preparation before the work started. On the morning when the scythe mowing was intended, other assessments were made. Is there dew? Are the weather conditions suitable for scythe mowing? Is it windy so that the wind will dry out the dew? If the conditions were assessed to be good enough, the scythe mowing could begin, and finally the lawn was swept with a birch broom to collect the grass clippings. The sketch is not only a Swedish source of the use of the scythe, it is actually a sketch from Gunnebo House, made by the son in the house, John Hall the Younger, in the 18th century. And the photo shows my craft experiments with scythe mowing in the garden today. The craft experiment showed that the assessments of the lawn and the weather conditions were made with the eyesight, the sense of touch, and the hearing. These were not described in the sources. The glimmering of the wet dew in the lawn, the sound and sight of the wind in the leaves, and the wind towards my cheek were all necessary assessments made by the bodily senses before the craft procedure was begun. The craft experiment has shown that in scythe mowing of a lawn, the quality of the result is decided by the skill of the craftsperson and not by the tool. All of the procedural details are more critical when mowing a lawn with a scythe than when cutting a meadow. A sharp edge at the blade is important for the result, as well as the amount of dew upon the lawn, because the short grass of the lawn has low weight against the blade and is easily pushed down instead of mowed off. With the performance of scythe mowing, every stroke has a personal imprint of skill and the present performance. And that's the difference to many modern garden tools that secure the results themselves. And this is the last step in the procedure. So rolling, scythe mowing, and then sweeping up the grass clippings with the broom. We also reflected that we used old management techniques on modern lawns. And we were thinking that if we apply historical management to modern lawns, we still not get an authentic result. Or we don't know if the result that we get is authentic. So this led us to move on and to reconstruct the lawn of André Mollet, from André Mollet's instructions in the 17th century, together with Vea from Norway, the coordinator of this Erasmus Plus project. So we reconstructed a historical lawn, and basically it consisted of 3 steps: to choose turf from pastures where sheep graze, to cut the turf with a slicer or turfing iron in straight lines, to roll the sheets of turf like sheets of paper into a roll, and to rejoin the pieces of turf in the garden where you want to have your lawn. And in Sweden, this was the way lawns were constructed until the mid-19th century, when they started to sow lawns also with seed mixes. But before that, it was taken from the pastures, especially the ones where sheep grazed. So this was an experiment to reconstruct a historical lawn, and then we can manage this one according to the historical instructions and come closer to an authentic result. Then in the 19th century, the lawnmower was invented in 1827. When it was invented, it was advertised with arguments like that it did not require any skill, unlike the previous methods. And that was promoted as something very positive. It didn't require skill. It could be used by anyone. Lawn mowing could be done even by women and children. The tool secured the quality of the result, unlike the scythe that required personal skill. The image in the middle shows, it's from 1871 and from the UK, and it shows that the shift from scythe to lawnmower took time. The old method lived on for many decades, even in the UK, and even longer in Sweden. So the shift from scythe to lawnmower in Sweden took place in the early 20th century. What we have found is that to mow less frequently, as the historical sources recommend, produces other qualities in the garden. It enables herbs up on the lawn to flower, and consequently the lawn is no longer a green desert, and pollinators can take advantage of the lawn for their living. The diversified management is also very good, where the same garden element is managed with different frequencies in different parts of the garden, improves the biodiversity. So you don't cut all the lawns at once. That's a natural way. When you're doing this with a scythe, it takes more time and you're getting tired, so you don't cut all the lawns. You don't mow all the lawns the same day, so you leave it. And so you always have a flowering lawn in the garden. You can move around, like a mosaic management of the lawns. A diversified management where the same garden element is managed with different frequencies, is good for the biodiversity. And both very intense management and a complete absence of management can be harmful to some species. Another argument for the use of historic gardening craft is the visitor experience, the positive effect of natural sounds for the human health, and the qualities of silent management techniques have been shown in previous research. And my investigation indicates how management methods contribute to or disturb the visitor experience in the garden. My research has shown that the lawn was extremely rare and unique in Sweden in the 18th century, and meadows were very common. Now we have to reconstruct this relation and make lawns rare and meadows common again. And this change have already started in many gardens. The historical garden can be an oasis for natural and cultural values, and past practices have created and safeguarded these values. Gardening craft is not only a means to preserve historic gardens and on looking back over history. Gardening craft is also a meaningful activity in its own right for the people of today. It encourages quality and sustainability that combines good practices from the past with contemporary concerns for biodiversity and sustainability, as well as people's sense of heritage and interest in learning from the past. Thank you very much. That was my last slide in this presentation.
Thank you, Joachim. So I want to explain now, and as you might have seen in the program, the Q&A questions for speakers 1 and 2 will be read after the coffee break. And this is because we have one of our speakers, Maria, is from Australia. So in order for her not to be able to have to sit here all night, we will be moving on with the program. And but please write your questions and we will read them. There is a big session for that later. So, but moving on here, I will ask you actually if you could maybe write the name of the speaker before your question or the name of the topic, because then we can sort of sort them out and start with Maria's questions when it's time for Maria to speak, and then take the other questions later. But it's not time for Maria yet, because we still need to learn more about history first before we move on to the modern times. So therefore, I would like to hand over to Eva Gustafsson, who also works at the University of Gothenburg, like Joachim does. And Eva will be explaining and telling us more about the history of the meadow, because now we know the short grass, history of the short grass, and now it's the history of taller grass and taller herbaceous areas. So yeah, I'll just hand over to you, Eva.
Thank you very much. Very nice to be here. Thank you for the invitation, Joachim. I will try to screen share here. And I have two screens, so I will be looking up a bit. It looks like I'm not looking at you, but then you know why. Screen 2, and share, and then please respond to me. Here we go. Do you see the slideshow? Oh, good. Thank you. So being an ecologist, working with historical landscape management, I can't just look at the history. I will give you some biodiversity take home as well. Well, I'll just dive into sort of a loose definition of what a meadow is. A meadow is one of two basic types of semi-natural grasslands. We have the pastures, which are the most common ones, which are, of course, grazed by animals. And then you have the meadows, which are mown. The things in common is, first of all, the biological content. The flowers and the insects and the animals, other animals, are of course indigenous. They have had like a few thousand years to actually find the right spots to grow in. It's wildflowers from nature that have sort of found their spots. They're not planted there as such. They're low in nutrients, so they have never been seriously damaged or improved as were by nutrients. And I would like to forbid anybody to drop any NPK on a meadow, because that will damage the floral content. Another way to effectively erase the flora, the biodiversity, is to do any plowing. Historically, very shallow plowing took place in the meadows to remove unwanted growth of moss, for instance. But any deep plowing will effectively erase the biodiversity. Something that does occur, but it should not be too much of it, are the exotic grasses, which were sown in to improve the meadows, and then gradually turned into us growing grasses on arable fields. In low contents, they're not too damaging, but when, for instance, by mistake, some of this sort of lands into the fields, into the meadows, the exotic grasses can take over and effectively conquer out the indigenous plants. Now, the key to what a meadow is the person with the scythe. Historically, usually a man, but Jenny has very beautifully proven that you don't need to be a man to handle a scythe in a very correct way. Paired with the scythe, you need a rake to remove the cut vegetation, because otherwise the nutrients will sort of gather in the topsoil and damage the vegetation. So you need to remove the vegetation to keep the nutrient levels at low levels. So that is basically what a meadow is, and they can look very differently from place to place. But why do they need meadows? Well, basically, people can't eat grasses and leaves, and in particular in these peripheral areas of Europe, the soils were not very nutrient rich, or if they were very heavy clay soils, which were almost impossible to plow before the 19th century. So what to do? Well, you center around the rear end of a cow. You have the milk, you have the hides and the meat, but you also have the manure. So this is like the motor in the historical agriculture, the animals. And the manure enables us to grow vegetables and crops. And an old Swedish saying is that the meadow is the mother of the field, meaning that the bigger meadows you can manage during the summer, the richer meadows. The more animals you can keep stable during the winter, and the more manure you will get. And the more manure you get, the bigger and better arable feeds you will have. So the meadow is the mother of the field. So when did it start? Well, sometime during the Bronze Age, which in Sweden was from 1800 to 500 BC. Sorry. It began as leaf harvest. They found knives of flint with chemicals on them, which indicates that they have been used to cut leaves, and also bronze sickles, which were used to cut leaves, not grasses, mind. And by the end of the Bronze Age, you find evidence that you have permanent fields, which indicates that you had manure, which in itself means that you have had winter-stabled animals, and they were fed with leaves. And when we learned to make iron, the gathering of leaves and grasses were more effective. So you started gathering grass as well with sickles and with a short scythe. And you see an example of a short scythe here. It's from stone. Do you see when I use the pointer? Actually, I will.
Yeah, we do see it.
Yeah, I changed to the laser pointer. It's easier. So this is a picture from Estonia, where they had a short scythe. Now, around 1,000 years ago, the long scythe came into use, and that made everything very much more efficient, and the meadow landscape was born. So you had huge pastures and huge meadows and forests that were much more open than today. So you had a very much more open landscape and diverse landscape than today. And the motor is, of course, the people working the landscape. So what did it look like? Well, it's very difficult for us modern people to understand what it looked like. What we can do is turn to historical maps to get some sort of idea. And this is 2 maps of the same parish. They were created in two different years. From 1768, we have the pasture of Sörne parish, and from 1787 we have this map of the village, or actually the small villages scattered around the parish. And this is in preparation for one of the modernization processes, the Storskifte. The arable fields are in gray and in pink, which means that they were used every second year, alternatively. And then you have the meadows, and this is a wet meadow. It's huge. It's used for grazing today, and it's really vast. It's a wet meadow and would give a lot of hay. And then you have some drier meadows on the eastern side also. And then you have the outlands, the pasture, the wooded pastures to the south, actually. The lake is Lake Vänern, which, by the way, is the largest lake within the European Union. So it's pretty big. And a bit further north, we come into the forested area. And this is a map analysis which I made many years back. The original map is very difficult to read, so I used my analysis instead. This is actually a manor, and when you say manor, you sort of picture the big house and vast arable fields and oak forests or whatever. But this is not what it looked like. You have the manor house here somewhere. I don't really see it now. And you have the arable fields here. It's actually every second year cultivation. You have one field here and one here. It's on sandy soils, and the information says that it only gave enough for the family. So it's not like they sold any crops or anything. Looking at the meadows, they're much bigger. You have meadows here and meadows on this island. And then the rest is actually pasture. And you can ask yourself what they lived off, but it was a very diverse economy with fishing and ironworks and other sort of incomes as well. Now we've traveled to the almost to the border of Norway in Dalsland. Half of this is actually a cultural reserve today. It's called Åsnebyen. And this is like a typical village in a forest area of Sweden, a village consisting of 2 farms. This is a bit smaller than you're used to in the UK, I'm sure, Germany. And you see, you have your arable fields, 2-year rotation, and you have 2 meadows, the North Meadow and the South Meadow, and there are even meadows in between the fields. And then you have the forested pasture to the east. So you see the proportions of meadow to arable field. It's quite different from what we can picture. And if you haven't seen this, and most of us, well, we haven't seen it because this is 18th century. But to sort of give, we have to use something as a proxy, and Romania is perhaps the closest we can get to it. These are pictures from, most of it is from Butiza, which is in the Carpathian Mountains in Romania. And I want to show you what Joachim introduced as mosaic. And this is a bit larger scale, a mosaic landscape. You have your arable field here behind the trees. This is part of a meadow. This is in early spring, as you can see in the fruit trees here. So it hasn't started growing yet. Perhaps you can see the fence going here, which fences off the pasture, which is here. And then further up in the mountain, you have the high meadows. And if you look at the mountains in the back, they're covered in forest, and a lot of this is old forest. So you have biodiversity in the meadows, in pastures, in the mountains. There's actually meadows here as well. As you can see, it's a very diverse country landscape. The meadows are actually, Jenny, I hope you keeping time. I'm actually a bit lost.
Yeah, you don't really have a lot of time left, but we did sort of go over with like 4 minutes or so we can take that out of the Q&A session, I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll just flick through the images here.
Thank you.
This is the lowland meadows. They're actually sized twice, first and last of the meadows. Here we're up on the high meadows, and you can see the stack here is left for winter, and then you take it down with a horse and sleigh. And note the diverse landscape which surrounds these meadows. Even the arable fields are diverse. I've never seen so many frogs as when I was in Romania. The pollard, still the trees, and this is like something about the natural values. Actually, the world record of plant species per square meter is in Estonia on a calcareous meadow. Had 89 plants in 1 square meter. Plant species. So these are some prerequisites for biodiversity. I have talked about them earlier. I just want to point to a warning. This is very common in the seed mixes that you can buy. It's weeds and it's exotics, and they're not adapted to the meadow management that I have described. 2 pictures to round it off from Swedish meadows. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Eva. And like I said earlier, we will be having a Q&A session with Eva's presentation as well after the coffee break. So feel free to write the questions for Eva in the Q&A. But now we will move on for now to Maria Ignatyeva, who is joining us, as I said, from Australia. Maria is a professor at the University of Western Australia. And she has also worked at SLU, the Swedish University of Agricultural Sciences, and she also has worked at the St. Petersburg Summer Gardens, which is one of our, who's part of this Erasmus project. Maria will be taking us more into modern times. She has worked with projects looking at the lawn, but also explored alternatives to lawns. And so I'm going to hand over to Maria, and directly after Maria's talk, we will have the Q&A session for Maria's presentation.
Okay, thank you so much for your introduction, and thank you so much, Joachim, for inviting me. And I would like to share with you actually a different research on the very complicated, complex research projects on lawn in Sweden and in Australia, believe it or not. So it will be interesting. I decided to include that in the last moment, and I thought it's actually can see how lucky we are in Sweden to have these alternatives and this research compared to Australia, for example. But I would like to, again, we talk about meadows and historical lawns. But actually, as we know, lawn is a symbol of globalization. I lived in 5 countries and travel a lot. And if I ask you to recognize these images, probably you can recognize one on the top left. Is that right? So because it's actually a classical fall-clam lawn. But on the right is Australia, on the bottom is China, and on the right hand is Japan. So it's most common urban biotope. And it's now started to be a symbol of global urban landscape, composite attribute for the social status and success of market economy. So whatever I go, I could recognize all these species, and it was really funny to move around the globe from the north to the south, from the east to the west, and everywhere we have a pretty similar species. And I decided also to include the definition of the lawn, because actually it's very different from meadow, because it's actually very much man-made plant community. And this mowing of grasses is one of the essential component of this ecosystem. And it's created completely for the human needs, and first of all, for pleasure. And actually, we can see the developing the lawn really connected to the end of wars and more peaceful period. And also what is very important to us to understand, then lawn have a very unified and uniform phenomenon called a turf. So interesting enough, in Anglo-American world, and especially in Australia and New Zealand, most of people using the word turf, not lawn. And to me, it's actually indicated then people, because you can see on the slide here, on the bottom, it's in Australia, and it's in Western Australia when I live. So it's actually prefabricated growing lawn put on the sand. That's it. And then plants should grow in this condition. But this kind of sort, all this interweaved with the roots, stolons, symbiosis of the soil and fauna, this is what is actually distinct lawn from other types. And even they are very, very close relatives as in meadows. And also it's very much special construction technique, especially nowadays. And we know from the Joachim research and others how actually was developed all the use of the lawn during the history. And of course, the management. And it's a very, very important component, especially to understand not only European lawns, but also other lawns around the globe. And of course, we know this is, the lawn is 100% of human invention. And this, we put them, all these shoots and all these plants together in very much density, and they cut them, encouraged to grow the plants, and cut them again, and created this incredible spongy surface when we can use for walking. And we know this is European invention, no doubt with that. And nearest relatives, as we know, natural grasslands. We talked today about the Swedish lawns, but also in steppe and European grasslands and pastures. And also the origin of the lawn is a phenomenon. It's a big debate in many sources. Probably it's related to the northwest of Europe, with the climate would allow to grow grasses and also quite warm and humid summers. And all these grasses when we use in Europe are coming from this particular type of the biomes. And also, we already talk about history, just to say that we came from the medieval times through the formal gardens of French gardens, then to English landscape of the pastures and cut lawns, and then finally to the gardenesque public parks and the modern landscape. In the very right hand here, this is actually the lawn from Australia, when it's yesterday was plus 39 degrees, and we have to grow this kind of grass here. And now I would like to say some words about our project. It's a lawn as ecological and cultural phenomenon in Sweden. It was funded by Formas. It was actually a very big project with 11 scientists from different backgrounds. So it was truly not only interdisciplinary, but transdisciplinary research, because actually was initiated by the local municipalities. You know why? Because people just tried to cut the grass on these lawns. So it was the group of stakeholders from gardens management, managers, landscape architects, and I'm presenting this profession, very umbrella discipline. Also, we try to implement results and propose the alternative solutions. So we look from the social and cultural, historical point of view, planning and design, very big about the biodiversity, soil nutrients, carbon sequestration, energy use. I cannot, because I will spend the whole night today talking about this project. So I will refer you to the different publications we done in the book we put together in the end. But you see our lovely team of the stakeholder and the friends and the focus group with people like from UK, James Hitchmore, representative whom you will also hear in this seminar later on. So our case studies were in 3 cities, in Uppsala, Gothenburg, and Malmö. And we look at the 2 types of the Folkhem and Million Program, is the classical 2 types of development in Sweden. And these 2 types have a lot of lawns. That's why we're looking at that. And we look only on public spaces, but we had one small research on private lawns. But private lawns are not such a big proportions compared to public lawns because of Swedish type of land ownership. Also, we have done a historical research, and also we involve even specialists in language. Look at the etymology of Swedish word gräsmatta, how it's appeared, and actually we found very interesting connections of history of the wars and history of lawns itself. For example, we found that actually the special word was created, gräsmatta, in 19th century. It was a very long way, by the way. It was the grass, it's a very important part of the culture and economy. And we just had a wonderful presentation of Eva there. Finally, it was started to be a symbol of democratization of Swedish society and a kind of symbol of equality, accessibility of these public spaces. And was actually a very important part of our interdisciplinary research, because we found the special foundation and inspiration for our alternative solutions. And history of Swedish lawn, I'm not going to talk, but from the lawn point of view, again, it was very important to understand then the meadows and lawns as 2 different things, especially with establishing. And it's actually very true to all parts of the world. So the meadows need the less nutrients and the lawns need more nutrients. And that's why, like, for example, in other countries, it's so difficult to grow that because it's actually need all these nutrients. And of course, I call it prerequisites on the green roofs that cut turf from pasture lands was put on the place. So this is 2 types I already mentioned, we research. And now very briefly about our results. So what we find, we have a lot of lawns in Sweden, and believe it or not, it covers much more area than native remnants of Swedish meadows. And it's each municipality spend a lot of money on the maintenance. And I would like to say how progressive we are in Sweden. I'm talking we are because I spent 7 years of my life in Swedish University of Agricultural Sciences. And so I can tell, compared to many other places, we are very ecological because we don't use any pesticide and herbicides in public lawns in Sweden. But the maintenance and management is really very high, especially mowing. And what's an interesting fact? So we have a 0.6% of terrestrial surface in Sweden covered by lawn. It's a lot. And also in 50 years, we could calculate then the lawn area would double. And it's actually amazing results. You can see how much lawn and number of lawns are growing every year. We also have, of course, carbon sequestration. I can tell you in this zone, in temperate zone, we just confirmed the hypothesis. Of course, lawns do the job to be green. And it's a very positive effect on the urban environment compared to hard surfaces, of course, through the carbon sequestration. We also calculate with energy use and everything else. And we had a special management framework from the very high managed lawns in golf courses to the meadow type of lawns in the very small amount of neighborhoods in Swedish cities. So we found that all this positive effect from carbon sequestration actually indicated by mowing, irrigation, and fertilization. And also it's required so far the few energy, labor cost, and cost of the greenhouse gas emission. So, and mowing is again the main contributor. So if we reduce mowing frequency and electric machine, for example, we use it, we can also reduce the carbon footprint of lawns. Also research biodiversity, plants, higher vascular plants, pollinators, and earthworms. And of course, we compare like meadow-like lawns and conventional lawns, so frequently cut lawns. And we find, it's not surprised, then of course, the biodiversity higher in meadow-like lawns compared to conventional lawns, and it's produced very important ecosystem services. Also, what we found that's very interesting, it's now a lot of research around the globe on that point, is about the homogenization of lawn. It's a special hypothesis now we confirm. So, so conventional lawns had a very low plant and animal diversity, and it's much lower than meadows. And so we have a very much homogeneous, ecological, similar plant communities in very low beta biodiversity that actually indicated this diversity. And when we have done. Also, we perform social, because you can't say anything about lawn because it's actually made for people. And you know what we found? People love their lawns. It's just actually not only there in other countries as well. But people want to see not just monotonous lawns. They would like to have a variety of different landscape types. Outdoor spaces, they will have like more room spaces. They would like to have maybe ponds, or also have a kind of sense, different senses. And this is kind of results of our research of that. And we also try to ask people about the alternative lawns. And that was easy for us to find out because it's a lot of research on alternative lawns in Europe, especially in England and other countries. So we found that we decided to have 3 is a grass-free lawn. I will talk about a bit later. So it's no grasses, only low-growing flowers. Like cues to care, it's in between, you have a high grass or high meadow, cut once or twice a season, and the classical lawn, then you can actually cut and frame this one. And finally, the pictorial meadows. with annual plants. And you know what we find? Very much range of opinion. And but in principle, this kind of grass-free lawn was attractive to people. And they don't mind in general to have alternative solutions to lawn. And actually it was very positive found for the Swedish environment. And I think we can use it in our future research. And finally, we came to this alternative solutions and paradigm of the Swedish tapestry lawn or grass-free lawn. We were inspired about meager Swedish nature, Focus Amenus. And also it's inspiration of Swedish history, and you saw all these wonderful examples. Also we provide the time for the experimentation with lawns and use the low-growing plants such with the stolons like Fragaria, strawberry, and potentilla, many others. We had about 29 species. And again, this took, Joachim mentioned about the flower-rich lawn and grass-dominated lawn that existed during the history. And we inspired by that, and it's easy to identify the old plants, by the way, in this picture. So it was very much inspiration for our alternative solutions. We established at Swedish University of Agricultural Science in Ultuna, Uppsala, in Sweden, several experimental sites. One of them, the very first, established in 2014, with different typology of alternative lawns. And finally, in 2016, we were given, surprisingly, big piece of land of conventional lawn when we had to turn into the grass-free lawn just in the front of the rector vice chancellor office of Swedish University of Agricultural Science. We're very surprised then it's happening. And it was done in one day with the help of our volunteers and staff, and from Knowledge Garden, John Greenleaf, for example, and all our students and some staff members. So we put the pre-growing plant material from Pratensis. This is very famous native growing nursery for native plants in Sweden. And we planted by hand, and it was 30 species of different plants. And I would like to show you, I just put together, especially for this presentation, kind of dynamic and development of all these lawns. And I would like to say this is kind of important message we always would like to give to all people who try to do alternative lawns. Then lawns never would be looking similar each year until, of course, you can mow them all the time. In grass-free lawns, we have to cut them only once or twice a season. And it will be still dynamic, even we have like plants when we plant it in certain places, but some plants have a stolons and will be succeeded. Also, all the weather patterns, dryness is very big, and also competition with other plants. We have a very rich seed bank. Even we just remove the existing soil after turf and put about 15 centimeters of new, more poor soil. And you can see the development of this in 2017. And what is the beauty about these types of lawn? They can actually flowering almost in the first season. In the second season, they have the maximum flowering effect. And then they're changing also flowering and making beautiful. And since, you know, Sweden has a very long, interesting period started from March, then snow is gone and nothing else is growing. It's very boring and kind of not colorful. It was decided to enrich this flower rich as a tapestry lawn by the different bulbs, such as crocus, Henodoxa, and Scilla sibirica. And it was done, especially the crocuses were doing well. And you can see it's actually very much display during springtime. And of course, June is the best month. At the beginning, people were feared to work on this wonderful natural flowers. But now it's more and more people are using, not only watching and studying, but also they can work on this lawn. Of course, this dryness influenced on that. And I just decided to show you some of the slides from these experiments and in different type of the year. And I can tell from our experience, we have some of the weedy plants, even this actually Trifolium repens are very much our friend for biodiversity in normal conventional lawns and attract pollinators. But in the case of this tapestry lawns, it can be very competitive. And actually all legumes, Trifolium and Medicago lupulina, actually I find this not only in Sweden, but in Europe and many other countries, even in Australia, we have most of the invasion of the legume, especially at the beginning of the development of lawns. And it's necessary to remove, otherwise it can take over many other plants than would like to flower them and make it this kind of different green carpet. We also we call it Swedish meadow, so it's a perennial sowed meadows created from different mixtures, also prepared by Pratensis, Fibro pratensis. We created this, by sowing. You can see that in the preparation. Of course, we removed existing lawn before. The best season and most colorful was in the second year, 2017. And then it's a very interesting dynamic again. On the third year, we can see really domination of legumes. Surprise, surprise. We confirm again this hypothesis. And then all more perennial tall plants, such as Centaurea Yatzia, and Centaurea scabiosa, coming along. You can see it now in June 2021. You see both of species are flowering. Also, we did special prefabricated low-growing like meadow mats prepared in VecTech. You can see it here on the left. And we created a special bench, again, remind all these historical precedents. And you can see it was not only possible to sit, but also lie down. And it's one of the conference we had. People really love this. And it's interesting. So this is just the slide was made in May, early May, when we created that. And it was already in July of the same year, believe it or not. Also, we put together the manual for how to do alternative lawns in Sweden from theory to practice. So it's actually results of our project. So you can find it on the webpage, or I can send all these files if you wanted. It was actually the project inspirable for the other municipalities. In Sundbyberg, they created series of lawns, grass-free and perennial meadows. And also, I would like to let you know before we go into Australia that actually in Sweden, in our alternative solutions, we are following very much very common practice experience in Europe. It's perennial meadows, annual pictorial meadows. Also, this is naturalistic plantings of James Hitchmore, who is created with the different native and some of the exotic perennial plants from America or Asia. And it's a new tendency called go wild, go spontaneous. It's a new, very commonly used movement in Germany and especially in Berlin. So this is kind of tendencies we have at the moment in Europe, and actually in our alternative solutions in Sweden, we're following these examples. But now I just hope I have about 5 minutes, is it right? Or
well, we have the coffee break in 20 minutes. Oh no, it's actually kind of 15 minutes. So you're already into the Q&A time, but I think we all want to sort of hear you finish. So if you could just do a quick outlook from Australia, I think we would all appreciate that.
Yeah, but I just really decided to include because it's actually very interesting. I was very lucky in my life. I lived and worked in Australia and New Zealand and researched and done alternative lawns for these countries. And now because my recent experience in Australia is only 4 years, but what I find, it's actually colonial lawns arrived to all these countries as a luggage, as a historical luggage, as the aesthetic luggage with all other architectural and landscape architecture prototypes like gardenesque, picturesque. And it's so different from the existing ecosystems. It's unbelievable. Of course, for the old settlers, it was not really hospitable environment. Look at this, you know, tussock, very dense, or especially here in Australia, in Western Australia, very dry, all this unusual grass-free, all this, you just actually hear this dryness when they're going, especially in summer. And of course, it was very different. So they recreated the English kind of looking landscape and lawns. And also it was very big difference in the soils. And it was a big effort actually to create the lawns and make them work. What is interesting, I just show you the examples from surrounding biomes in Perth. And it's located in one of the 35 biodiversity hotspots, one of the biggest one, with incredible variety of plants, but the landscape looking so different, of course. And you know what the settlers did? They were trying to civilize the environment. So this was happening. Then the all these areas in city is one nature, I call it. In another areas in remnant vegetation that still exists in the cities is another. So, and now from after 1970s, when the people very much tried to return and save the native plants, then actually they started to disappear. It's a big movement to call actually biodiversity and mean only native biodiversity. So we're not talking about biodiversity of lawns. It doesn't exist. Like it doesn't exist even research on lawns, because the all flowering weeds like trifolium or clover and others are seen as a weeds, but not really potentials for the urban biodiversity. It's actually very interesting. So it's I call it many natures, and here, especially in cities. So nature in the city lawn is not seen as a kind of real nature. It's like secondary, or just not nature, is a public open space, very much other even dimension understanding of the lawns. And alternatives is a very difficult job, especially in Western Australia, because it doesn't exist even that close prototypes when they can look at. So they inspire still from the European meadows, but they come up with the woody meadows. All these low growing plants is amazingly very nice growing and created that. So recently I started the experiments of establishing lawns and searching for the alternative solutions. And of course, lawns will be existing there because it's a cooling the environment. It's a lot of ecosystem services. And actually historical precedence of keeping the lawns is different. And of course, it's very much related to the modern understanding of the lawns. So it's just, I can send you different examples, and we are playing with different alternative solutions with art, because I'm in School of Design. And it was one of our projects, Design with Nature, using the recycle pipes. Then it's a lot, water supply and irrigation, and use it for the different growing native plants. And we decided, again, inspired by our medieval benches, to do the sitting place for people to sit and enjoy and work. It's just next to our school. And as for the alternatives, and one of the solutions that's actually only for spring is all this incredible annual plants from native flora, and it's very much displayed in many places in Perth and many other Australian cities. And on this note, I'm ready just to answer the questions, send you the literature. It's quite a few articles already published on both Swedish and Australian lawns. So I'll be happy to answer the question. And thank you again for giving me extra time to finish this presentation.
Absolutely, and thank you very much, Maria. I also want to say that on the gardenconservation.eu website, if you click on this webinar, in the bottom, you will see the speakers' names, and if you click on those, there is a place where you can find links, and we've actually posted links to Maria's Swedish and Australian site on the universities, and you can find publications there. And that's the same with Eva and Joachim, just so you know. We don't have any questions in the Q&A yet, but I think one thing that would be interesting to hear is, I mean, after your lawn project in Sweden, if you got the opportunity to sort of continue, is there any specific part of that project that you would have liked to dig deeper into or sort of proceed with?
I really would like to proceed and look at the dynamic character of meadow plant communities, meadow lawns, and grass-free lawns, because it's absolutely unresearched topic. And you know, there are so many parameters I found that influence on, it's depend on the year, on the precipitation, on the traffic, you know, human traffic or use. So many factors, competition to find out what are more competitive species, how they grow, how they survive. This is unfortunately I couldn't done because I just left, unfortunately, and I'm only coming a certain time of the year. But I think it should be researched and apply in the practice. And also all of this biodiversity, to continue biodiversity. So how we can enrich these conventional lawns. What typology? This is actually what I try to do also here, even it's very difficult. So believe me, we in Sweden have incredibly biodiverse lawns compared to here, because it's actually very difficult to grow and it's depend on irrigation. So, you know, in such a heat, you are not irrigated, and now irrigation is declining because of the less water, hotter summers. So, but also we have experienced the same hotter weather. So we have to look at more maybe drought-tolerant species and have different alternatives, and also sociological research, how people will buy our new, how we can, and another thing is very important. So I found it's very complex, you know, with all our alternative solutions and biodiversity, we forget that actually lawn was created for people. And for people pleasure, for people, it's their task, it's their main reason why they was created. So it will be very difficult to rid of lawn and just to do everything alternative. No, it's about very complex transdisciplinary approach to try to involve all people, and it's about redesign, replanning, and also experimentation. And all these factors, because it's not so simple. Again, I understood only here when I moved actually to Australia, because, you know, they try to do woody meadows, but it's not woody meadows, it's actually native plantings. People don't understand what is a lawn, what is the meadow, but we still have all this nostalgia and all this still very powerful, influential examples from Europe, or now from America with all these prairie gardens and high lines, you know, all this kind of very fashionable, but even in eastern part, which actually have a much more precipitation, you can have a kind of, and they have a natural grasslands, not like looking like ours, but still kind of at least low growing with grass. Here, like in Western Australia, is completely different. This is most kind of old land I ever experienced, as like not only Gondwana old enough, but even pre-Gondwana. So plants, not if once is gone, plants, I could not find only one native plant who is actually resurrecting from the seed bank and surrounding landscape in the disturbed areas. One. So opposite in Sweden, all our universities are native, and it's all native, you know, all plants are native. We already have them, and we should be lucky. Because here, that's why it's such a division between urban nature and remnant nature.
That's very interesting. We have a question in the Q&A from Kjell. He asks, how can we change current lawns back to meadows? And this is a big topic, but just the basics, how would you go about to do that?
From my experience of doing this work in different countries, it's not economically viable and actually not very difficult to, if you have like a lawn, you would try to move it to the like biodiverse meadow. It's not possible. You have to remove the existing turf, recycle and do something with that, and then create the new soil, and then you can create the meadows who will be like living for many years. And it pretends they have like experimental meadows for 15 to 20 years, and you cut it only once a season. But to turn classical lawn to the meadow, it's very difficult. The only one thing you can have like less cutting, but you will be not having such a diverse with flowering plants. And I think he was said it very clearly. So it will be not working like that. So we can have like more tall, and it'll be maybe more biodiverse, of course, because some plants will be coming, having a chance to go from seed banks or coming from the surrounding landscape. But in my opinion, it will be very extremely difficult to turn lawn into the like biodiverse, pretty flowery meadow.
Mm.
This is my opinion, because again, what we experienced so far, maybe we can find these solutions with different examples. Then they have like a small cuts, gaps, and plant something. But grass are very big competitors.
Yes.
They are just designed to do that.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, we'll have to, I think, do with that answer for now. I mean, like I said, it's a big topic, and we'll see if we have time to get into it during the panel discussion. But it's, as Maria says, there's an issue of too high nutrient levels that really affects what you can do. Meadow mats, Michelle is asking us a follow-up question. I would say the mats, the carpets where you just roll out a meadow are quite good, and they're way more expensive than seeds, way more expensive. But I mean, you have such a much higher success rate. And if you consider when during a project you have money, it's not during the maintenance for the next 50 years. It's during the project start. So spend the money there to make it easier for the following years. That's what I would say. If there is a carpet with a species that composition that you want, of course, because there's a limit. If you order seeds, you could actually tell the company which species you want in the mix. You cannot do that for a carpet unless you place a special order, which would, of course, cost more probably and take many years until delivery, maybe. Yeah. Let's see here.
I can tell you, by the way, in Australia, there is no, they only use the stolons to grow these mats for normal lawn.
So no seeds, it's just the vegetative.
They tried seeds in the past, but it was not possible. The climate is crazy, and the environment is crazy. So they created this. Turf industry is very powerful. They develop all these cultivars. They look for like it was cool, I think century. They look for the appropriate lawn species that can grow in such environment. Now it's a 3, at least in this zone, from Africa, from Asia, from Europe, very much Europe only from east part. So it's all prefabricated mats. So you just put it there and leave it alone and irrigate it. That's it. And of course, fertilizers and stuff, and the plants are growing. Of course, without water, it will die.
Right. Let's see here. I'm trying to sort of sift through the Q&A to see which questions are from Maria. Again, it would be great if you could write her name. And I'd like to say, I've seen all your, somebody wrote in the chat that the Q&A isn't working, but I did see your question in the Q&A, so it is working. It's just that you can't see what happens. Let's see here. There's a question, does a roadmap exist on how to install new methods of lawn development in garden conservation? But because it's a garden conservation issue, we might actually leave that for the panel in the end, where we have more historical profile. Let's see. Kate, you have your hand up?
Well, I'm just intrigued that so far, I don't think we've mentioned sport at all. And it must be such a strong, when you're talking about lawns or grass is for people, such a strong motivation in Australia, particularly for how they regard their lawns or their grass. So I just wondered if you had anything to say about that, Maria.
Yeah, this is a kind of sport culture, of course, and you can just spend time outside whole year round, except very hot days, but not many rainy days. Yeah, it's a special, but sport, I found the sport and the other types of public lawns, they're slightly different because sport lawns are really, really managed, very highly management, very highly input of energy and of everything else. And they, I can say it's watered all the time, so they're kind of almost perfect conditions. And of course, now they try to find the different solutions because of the, climate change and less water available, and is abundant and prohibited of the use of water in some of the states already. So, but it's very much attachment. So yeah, in general, for it's just, people don't even think differently, like from biodiversity point of view. For them, urban environment, outside environment is a lawn, and they call it turf. That's it. So that's why it's actually much more attachment than in many other places. The same in New Zealand, but in New Zealand now going to the very much kind of conservation part, and now like in even public parks with that huge lawn in the middle. Now we have like a native, like woody meadows or native plantings more and more, but still huge irrigated, and that's why it's now a very big question. So that's why I hope to have this research to find the answer. We're at just very beginning, and it's not easy. Again, because everybody is concerned about preserving native biodiversity, because the plants is there's such a high better biodiversity. Then once you go on with development, and it's a sprawl, it's amazing sprawl. It's a 90-kilometer sprawl, you know, for Perth, 2 million. It's huge. So they are concerned more about researching of the natives, and it's well enough because they disappeared and we don't even know about them. And it's incredible specialization of the plants. So that's why it's kind of, you know, we're still at very beginning of the kind of new thinking about how we can change the management and maintenance and composition. That's why, like, I try to introduce this kind of hybrid weedy lawns, but I'm not sure I will succeed. People will not be happy. They just rid of all these nice flowers. And actually these flowers and flowering plants are incredible source of the food, habitat for native bees.
Right.
They only survive because of the weeds on the lawns. So it's actually, it's a very interesting topic, and so hope I answer your question. So we're at the beginning of this research.
Thank you. We have to start the coffee break now. I'll just clarify that the reason why they're doing woody lawns is because in hot climates, herbaceous plants go dormant in summer. So there wouldn't be anything to look at in summer if you didn't have anything with a woody structure. Yeah. I mean, is that an okay? We don't have time to get to, but it's, and also because there are more woody plants in hot climates.
No. So, you know, meadows, they don't have like a meadow species in our understanding.
No, I know.
We create the meadow kind of environment so it can cut. So it doesn't exist because we have inspiration of the native biomes, but it doesn't exist in native biomes.
Yeah.
This kind of meadows at all. So you have only low growing plants. It's different types of urban plant communities. So we only can mimic them and choose of the different low growing grass. And instead of like using on the verge of the roads, when it's dry in any case, because nobody is watered, you just use this low growing, but they call it woody meadows, but it's actually nothing at all with the meadows. It's just never created this mat, you know.
Thank you.
If I can find this species, I'll be happy to find and try, you know. But so far we couldn't. Yeah.
Great. Okay, so thank you very much, Maria, and you're actually free to leave now and join your family for your birthday party. So happy birthday, Maria! Thank you.
Thank you.
From all of us.
Thank you so much for inviting, and thank you for Joachim and Eva for your very interesting presentation. And I will watch later on.
Yeah, as we were recording, she can watch the rest later. And thank you. And I would say also that Maria's handbook from the Lawn Project is very useful, and it's available in Swedish and in English. I posted the link in the chat earlier, and it's also, you can find it at our university website and also at our webinar website. Yeah. So coffee break for 30 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think, Anna-Stina is sharing a screen now, and we will leave this on until the end of the coffee break. So you will be reminded. And don't forget to look which time zone you're in. And I think we'll start with the Q&A after the coffee break. So see you in 30 minutes.
Jenny, can you actually hear me?
I can, yes.
I've just got a terribly unstable internet at the moment. I'm swapping between 2 different systems and neither of them are working very well. So I just wanted to warn you about that.
Right. Well, if you want one of us to do the presentation and you just do the audio, do you think that would work?
I think so. I think it's I've tried on and off all morning, and it's clearly something that they're doing on the mast or something. So I think that would be more safe, and at least the worst comes to the worst then.
Because I mean, the sound is fine. There's no lag or distortion.
No, it's been going on and off. When I've been listening to other people, it's just basically frozen for a minute at a time.
Okay, so then what I think that could help. I don't know where that setting is. Usually you can sort of turn off incoming video for you, so you don't have to see us, and that can help with just making it a bit quicker. I just can't find where you do that right
Zoom
now.
ratio.
Maybe it's in the settings.
It's whether, if it all starts fine, lovely, but I just wanted you to be aware that if it all goes wrong.
Right. Okay, so do you have like a little green shield icon in the top left?
I've got the one that you're viewing.
Oh no, but like if you move your mouse over the screen,
there, the little screen, the little meeting information. But
there's a little green, and then in the top right corner after you click that, there's a cogwheel.
Oh, yep.
And then if you go to video, we'll be starting again in like 2 minutes with some questions and answers. And now we'll be focusing on questions from our first 2 speakers. I mean, for our first 2 speakers, Joachim and Eva. And I'm thinking I'll read them in the order they came in. 1 minute left. Also, I posted in the chat for those of you who are here already after the coffee break. If you would like to follow that little link in the chat and enter the country where you're from, and we can show our findings before lunch to see where, like I said earlier, how many countries are here today. I could also mention, it's 12 o'clock now, or where I live anyway. We got a nice tip in the chat for Norwegians, because I posted some links earlier when Maria was talking to some Swedish companies who work with native meadow seeds and lawn mats, and we got some information about Norwegian versions of those companies in the chat if you're Norwegian. Because that's the thing, of course, you need to sort of find local companies if you're going to work with native plants. Right, okay, so now let's check the Q&A and see what we have. We start with Andorra. She reacted to what Joachim was saying about how the coming of the lawnmower, even women and children could do it. But she had personal experience growing up in Germany, helping the women as a child, mowing with a scythe. So the thing there, it wasn't actually your opinion, Joachim, right?
No. It was just referring to old opinions, and there seems to have been a very strong division of work between men and women. Yeah. And today, when we try this again, we see that this is it doesn't make sense, that old division between work between women and men and the work division. So it can be done perfectly well in other ways than they used to do it.
Yeah, I mean, there are also some sources that have, like older sources that have texts claiming that, for example, women might be better suited to scythe mowing in complex areas around stones and obstacles, for example, because they were more careful. And yeah, and like Joachim says, there's no logical reason for the division, because women were traditionally raking the grass, which is very heavy work. It's heavier than mowing with a scythe. So you can't really explain it by saying one is tougher and requires muscles. So no. Okay, Joachim, the grass clippings that were swept up, do you know if they did anything in particular with the grass clippings historically?
That's a very good question, and I haven't found. I saw this question in the Q&A, and I started to think, and I started also in the coffee break to look into the sources, but I didn't have time enough to. I think there is one source, and it's the Årstafrun, Helena Renstierna in Sweden in the 18th century. I think she says something about how much they carry away from the garden after mowing, but they don't say where they take it, where they take the clippings or the hay. So no, I haven't found that. It's a very good question, and it's kind of the next step in the research to find out what did they do with it. But the general opinion about this that I get from the sources is that in Sweden they were much more economic, and they let the grass grow higher, and they used the clippings as food for animals. Well into the 19th century, they did this also in city parks. They collected the grass and they used it. So that's it's a kind of a you take care of all the resources that you have. But I don't know any specific details about this.
But that's probably a reasonable assumption that maybe that's what they did. And it's a result of the climate in Scandinavia, probably, that you had to really use everything you had to survive through the year. And just a nice comment from Daiga too, that she was surprised to find that the turf method to create a lawn was before the sowing seeds. And I agree. I mean, we sort of associate buying a mat of a lawn and just placing it out as a modern method. But yeah, so thank you for that, Joachim. That was fun to learn about. And Susanna asks, did you mean that volunteers could join in managing the historical lawn and that way take part and learn of the heritage? Or I don't know exactly when you mentioned this. Is this, and Susanna, this of course would have been better a question to ask exactly when Joachim was talking about it, but maybe it refers to the workshop. I'm not sure. Because at least in Sweden, I would say we don't really have a lot of volunteers. We don't have a volunteer system in public gardens like they do in the UK. But I mean, we will have a lawn and meadow workshop in summer with this, I mean, as a part of this program. And of course, there you will learn a lot of historical methods, and we will talk about that later. So I think we'll move on for now, but if you want to clarify, Susanna, you can do that. Thank you. Thank you. She says, thank you. Okay, I'm happy. For you, Joachim, this is a big question, and we might need to talk about it later in the panel, but how do you balance the desire for craft-based management with the modern pressures of cost and reduced workforce? Brian says, our garden used to have 12 full-time gardeners, and now we have 3.
Yeah, that's a challenge, of course. The thing that we have moved from push reel mowers that we used earlier. So we don't move from machines to scythes. That's a very big step in regarding time efficiency. We move from push reel mowers to scythes, and then it takes 3 times as much time to do the work. But we find in the historical sources that they only do it every 3rd week in Sweden in the 18th century. So during a season, you spend as much time as you did with the push reel mower, but the result is something different. It looks differently, so you don't get the same result. So that's it's both about time efficiency, but it's also about aesthetics and our ideas how the lawn should look. So yeah, it's you have to deal with this. It's a constant question, and I think every garden has to find its own way here. But it's not only time. If you only focus on time efficiency and you want this short trimmed lawn, then you're trapped. Then it's hard to work with craft methods. And also that's one thing in this issue is also that Gunnebo House is a very small garden, and we have this enables us to work with craft methods that are not possible options in larger gardens. So we only have 3,000 square meters of lawns. So it's not Versailles we're talking about. It's a kind of a small garden in Sweden.
Thank you. And we'll get back to some different methods and more about what Gunnebo is doing today in the later presentation. Jan is wondering if during your research you have found any lawns that you believe are more or less like intact and kept like old gardens that haven't been altered or.
No, actually. The most interesting information about this was discovered in the research project of Maria Ignatsieva, the Lawn Project, where they have also published articles about this. They studied aerial photographs of Swedish cities, and they tracked lawn areas back in time, and they saw that many of the lawns that we have in the Swedish cities today, they used to be pastures a long time ago, and this makes them very interesting regarding plant material and seed bank. If they have not been changed during the time, if they have not been remade with new lawns, there could be plant material and seed banks. So the value of old lawns. I've discovered the value of old lawns and trying to be careful and not change things too quickly through the research of Maria Ignatsieva and her colleagues in the Lawn Project. So that was interesting for me to learn. So we try not to, and also other research in in the US have shown that, suggested that to start with changing the management techniques, not changing taking away the old lawn and making a new one, but change the management technique, see what species comes, and then decide what to do next. So that's one approach to deal with this as well.
Thank you. We're at like half time, so I'm going to move on to some more questions for Eva, and then we'll see how much time we have after that. And we can also answer the questions in written format. The panelists can do that, so you will get answers. So Eva, Francisca is asking, do you mean that conventional seed companies in Sweden sell exotic flowers as genuine meadows?
Actually, I dug up this one. It doesn't really show when
No, you have to remove your virtual background, but we see it if it's in front of your body, I think.
Yeah, I mean, it's my lovely husband bought this for me, not unawares that I would sort of discard it to the back of the closet because of the content. I counted the species here. There are 18 species. And 7 of them are weeds. So they're all right. They're Swedish, but they're weeds. And there are 2 exotics, Esparset and honungsört, which I don't know the English word for.
Facilia.
Yeah.
And it's, what does it say on the, because we can't read the label, what does it say on?
It doesn't actually say that it's authentic Swedish,
right.
But it says blomsteräng, which is flower meadow. And the management recommended is to do it as a meadow with late season mowing, which means that the weeds, they're there for to give flowers in the first year. But you will not see them again because they can't stand they need the soil turnover to actually set seeds again.
We're going to hear more about that stuff from Sue as well with the pictorial meadows.
I think this also answers a bit of the next question, which is about if it's all right to plant annuals. And of course, I'm not categorically against planting any flowers that will give the insects a chance to survive. I mean, we all know about biodiversity crisis. I just want you to know what you're doing. That weeds will not survive a meadow management. You need to have meadow plants if you want to make a meadow. And also, if you use exotics, you don't know what they will do in the ecology of the meadow. As Maria was talking about, how do they actually work together in the system? By weeds, do you mean ephemeral or annual weeds rather than perennial weeds? Yeah. Well, annual weeds, definitely. Perennial weeds are usually very large. I mean, if you think about thistles and stuff, they have a large biomass, which means that they will be pushed back because they can't stand the low nutrient status that you are striving at. Hopefully, they will be pushed back, so to speak. Because if you give them free rein, they risk competing with the other flowers. So what was I saying?
I mean, so it's the plants she's calling weeds are plants that are not naturally occurring in a natural meadow because they can't survive there. And also, just to sort of sum it up, that there are no seed companies that are claiming a meadow is natural and selling like foreign plant species in the mix. They're calling it a meadow, but the problem is the word meadow And we as gardeners need to know the difference, because the word is out there. It's going to be, a lot of things are going to be called meadows because they already are. But we need to know the difference between like a native meadow or like a natural meadow, what actually defines like a proper meadow, and what is something else, like the designed meadows that Sue will talk about, for example, which are excellent, but for a completely different place, you know, like it's just like, where do you use this and where do you use that, and what is the difference? That's what we want to tell you, so that you can use them all, but just in the right place. That's
and I'll be fine. Just help the bees and the butterflies, and I'm happy.
Yes. Yeah, and work with what is suitable for the place where you're working, and that's what Maria was talking about as well with the Outlook from Australia.
I want to add one more thing as well. Using exotic flowers, you don't know how much they will help the native insects, because the native insects and the native plants have co-evolved. If you use exotic flowers, you don't know how much they will help the insects.
Yeah. Sue has her hand up. Sue, do you still want to say something, or do you want to do it later with your presentation? You turned your microphone off now. I know Sue has a bit of a wobbly connection, so the microphone is on again, I think.
More than wobbly, actually. Yeah, no, I mean, so we have quite a bit of work done on different species and in terms of their biodiverse value, but I think there's a lot more questions still to ask about this. And I will come on to this about what is appropriate and the amount of things we still need to learn, quite honestly. But yeah, there has been quite a lot of work done on non-native values in terms of pollen and nectar in particular, not necessarily all the other lines of food for your native fauna. There's still a lot of work to do.
Right. Yeah. Thank you. I think we have time for some more questions. Eva, another Joachim is asking how much of the land, is there like a typical proportion between the areas of like meadows, pasture and agriculture, like arable land?
Historically?
Yeah.
Well, no, not really. It depends so much on how rich the area was, how much stones there were in the arable fields, and how nutrient rich the land was. But you can actually, if you're more competent than I am, you can actually look at the map, and you have to know how much hay was given. You can sort of see the proportions. Was this village more into growing crops, or was it more into rearing cows? But it's all around the cows in Sweden, really.
Right.
No, that was not a good answer. I don't know.
It's okay. We can't know everything. So it's almost we're almost out of time. There are some more questions in the Q&A. Some of them require quite long answers, and we'll maybe look into it during the lunch break to answer them in writing, perhaps. So I think, yeah, I think I'm gonna have to close the Q&A session for now and move on to the next presentation. Thank you, Eva and Joachim. And Eva and Joachim will remain and partake in the panel discussion at the end as well. So there's more time to meet them. But yeah, so we've heard a little bit from Maria about alternatives to lawns. And this is something that we will continue to look at, and while I don't know if it's exactly an alternative to just the lawn, it could be an alternative to other green spaces as well. But the pictorial meadows or other type of designed meadows are very gaining in popularity. And here we already sort of started on this topic, but just also we see quite a great need to understand the difference between a natural meadow and the products that are called meadows in the trade, so that we know when to use them and how to use them correctly. And Sue, who's joining us, is going to be talking about these designed meadows. Now Sue is, she's both the CEO of a nonprofit organization called the Green Estate, but she's the director of the Pictorial Meadows Company, and which is like, I would say, the leading company that deals with annual meadows in Europe. I love their products. It's going to be very interesting to listen to you, Sue. Now, because Sue has a wobbly connection, I would like to suggest that all of us turn our videos off, all the panelists, to help. But also, either Sue could try to present, or I was thinking if maybe Anne-Stine or Kate could share Sue's presentation. I don't know if that would help or not. Sue, turn your microphone on again. Thank you.
Sorry, I keep switching everything off. I think anything would help, to be honest, Jenny. It's
yeah.
really bad. So I have to apologize in advance. So if it's possible to show from that side and I can just talk over, it means if I stop talking, at least people can see a picture, perhaps. Is that okay? And I'll
yeah, Anne-Stine or Kate, do you have Sue's presentation available? Yes. We do. Okay, well, let's try that. And I'm going to turn my video off. And Sue, you turn your video off as well. And we'll hope that it works. Thank you.
Perfect. Lovely. Thank you. So I hope I'm not going to be terribly blasphemous here, but I am going to talk about an approach to design meadows, which are not a substitute for a conservation meadow, a historic meadow. They're not a substitute for lawns. They're not a substitute for formal planting, but they have a place. And particularly the work we've been doing has been particularly trying to introduce both annuals and perennials, to create a much more sustainable type of landscape. Which is spread really from urban areas into quite historic landscapes. I've got far too many slides, so I'm going to ask you to jump through some of these and we'll just look at maybe some of the case studies. If you can move on to the next one, please. I hope that hasn't fallen out. Can anyone move the slide on?
It is moving. Can you not see it moving? Oh, this is the problem. Yeah, I'm not sure you can hear us. Can you see?
No, I'm stuck, I'm afraid.
Okay. Well,
yeah.
If Anne-Stine is just showing,
controlling it myself.
Yeah, try it. Okay, Anne-Stine, try to stop sharing and we'll see if it works.
No, I can hear you, Jenny, but yeah, lovely. So thank you.
Turn your video off again,
Sue.
Yeah,
apologies,
please.
Everyone. I don't know what. Okay, let me just try.
Thanks. I'm thinking worst case, Sue, if it keeps failing, just leave it on one image that is nice to look at and do your presentation with just that image. Worst case.
Right, lovely. Okay, to say that we've really been on this journey, and it has been about the last 20 years, looking at when you're trying to actually establish a new meadow into an urban landscape or a new site, the reasons why they haven't been successful, why they failed, and some of the work that we've been trying to do to look at how you do this. I mean, inspiration has definitely come from the wild meadows, but actually, I think as we've been discussing earlier on, trying to find the right seed, trying to find things which actually appeal to people as well, and that are going to work and going to be replicable on a budget has been a real problem. So I think these are the kinds of landscapes that we have been interested in, these huge immersive landscapes which erupt into flower, and how you might actually achieve this kind of a thing, very much as a lawn from direct sowing. And a lot of this work has been about trying to unpick how different species actually grow. So this is native species, but also non-native species that you might find in meadows across the world. How they germinate in the field, how you might actually assemble new collections of plants together. And it's all led to what we call a sort of a designed ecology approach. It's still looking at communities that can work together, but that can be replicated. So we started very much with annuals. I would say that the first 15 years has hugely been about annuals. And it was really difficult to start with because these were a new concept. So introducing these very first schemes, not really understanding how they worked, and the public and professionals not really understanding how they worked as well. So quite an interesting challenge right at the beginning. And this is how we started, was in these not beautiful sites, not historic sites, but in some of the worst and the most challenging areas probably in the country, in things like housing land, very poor, very impoverished, very unbeautiful. And I think what we've actually learned today is that there is this massive spectrum of approaches, and not one of them is right and not one of them is wrong. It's all about trying to find the right solution in the right place. You know, from a management of a really historic piece of species-rich meadow-like vegetation, right through to very, very highly designed urban schemes. And this is the work on the annuals that started, trying to get these expansive landscapes that were cut once a year and resown. And again, you can see the kinds of sites they were used on. But more gradually moving on to something that was much, much more sustainable, the perennials. And you can start to see the kinds of appearances you get. Oh, crikey. It's gone a little bit excited. Can people still actually hear me? Because can I just check?
Yeah, we can.
Thank you.
And there are some moments where you disappear, but we still hear the full sentence in the end.
Excellent, right. So I think actually looking at application, I just wanted to talk you through a few projects and how some of these schemes have actually been used. So that it's predominantly been used in sites which have either been made from scratch, where there is no habitat there existing, but also as a temporary transition to other sites. So some of you will have seen these images where the work that we'd been doing many years ago in Sheffield on housing land had been really looked at, and the concept had been taken to it was the 2012 Olympic Park, and a completely made landscape, but with the intention of it then developing its own, to start with something like this for the Games and for a big event, and then moving into schemes that would be purely native. So this was a transition, but this was made with massive budgets, a mixture between annuals and perennials, and not designed obviously to stay for very long. And it was all completely made soils. So when you can manipulate your soils, then there's something else you can actually do. This has been a really interesting project that we worked with for about 10 years now. Trentham Estate is a historic site. It was a capability brown landscape. And what they were trying to do here is to make a gradual transition, very much along the lines of the capability brown, the idea of these really immersive pictures. But this was a removal of huge amounts of trees, and trying to have a transition again from temporary annual meadows through to the more perennial ones, which are now actually existing. I think what's interesting here is you can start to see the effects of things like soils actually on this. The underlying soils make for these quite impressionistic, quite soft visualizations. It's the same site just later in the year. So a lot of the idea with these designed meadows is that the idea that change actually happens. There's been a really fascinating thing to bring into the landscape, where you get much more of an ephemeral nature. You get a high floral content, but you also get change, and you get evolution going on. So all of that color shift is all because of underlying roots in the soils. And again, just the use of things like this actually on hotspots. So in amongst the more amongst the lawns and amongst the conservation meadows, hotspots of colour. But Trentham has then moved on and is using an awful lot more now of perennial meadows. Again, cut as a traditional meadow would, just with an end of year cut that springs up again next year, but with a higher floral density in them. Now, a lot of these mixes in the UK are actually, they're about 80% native, but they have a higher percentage of floral content. So again, just that transition. This is a site, not a heritage site, a brand new constructed site, but that took a spectrum really from extremely designed naturalistic planting that was actually planted through to these sort of softer sort of design meadows. So this idea that you can mix and match different kinds of styles together, but still try to get something that has a more intensity of herbaceous plants actually in there, but also with a simplicity of your management. So again, these vegetation forms are literally cut at the end of the year and collected and composted. Just different areas. So this is all design meadow. And again, you can probably see there the density of plant material that you actually get to start with and over time. This is our own little site in Sheffield, where we've used these more designed softer meadows for, as you can see, probably very much as part and parcel of the whole thing about actually being able to hold weddings and venues and that type of thing. And again, just that ability to have quite robust flower-rich landscapes in attractions like this, where there is kind of a need really to have a more intense visitor use. So these again tend to be extremely robust, that they get trampled on, jumped on. Everything actually happens on them, but they just jump up again. Just to show a contrast maybe with a more planted scheme. This is again a meadow, but using much more step-like vegetation and much more planted and sown in the city centre, but it's also actually dealing with water runoff. So this is again treated a design meadow, a very wide range of species, a lot more from probably Eastern Europe as well as sort of northern and central, to actually really stretch out the flowering period. And what a lot of this does is it starts to actually, in a sense, influence, I think, the public. You need to actually take people gently through a process where change can actually happen. You can get more and more natural systems, but people respond an awful lot to the flower and the colour, and it allows people to actually to engage really with their nature on their doorstep, and allows them to start to actually make better connections with a even more naturalistic setup, and see that kind of design, city centre design. Quickly. And the project that we're working on at the moment is Tower of London, which is supposedly, I showed you a picture right at the very beginning of a floral bloom taking place. Trying to actually create a real floral bloom is quite a challenge, of course. But this idea about really trying to immerse people in a landscape that is just erupts in colour is going to be a really interesting one. So this is opening this year, I hope, and that's it in process at the moment. You can see again there that this is about new manipulated soils. This is a very far cry from management of an existing biodiverse sort of rich area. It's bringing something in. It's really trying to create a big visual appearance, and then hopefully then take people on a journey where this becomes much more of a native scheme over the years. Lots and lots of questions still, and I'm really sort of, good to get a dialogue going about this, but we've certainly learned an awful lot. And I think, as I said earlier, there's still an awful lot more to learn. So there's a lot of ongoing work on this, and the more that people contribute to it, the better, really. I mean, this is how it tends to start with test plots, testing lots of different species, how they germinate, how they grow, really getting down into the roots of them. We've done a lot of work more recently on creating meadows by turf, which we talked about for grass, but this has actually really pushed both our knowledge and the use of these products on, because they're not easy, because they're actually growing in a field pre-grown. It's been a really helpful process, this, because growing these kind of meadows successfully, growing any meadow successfully, is a real challenge. And what we've learned is some of the really critical things you need, like the quality of seed to start with. You need cleanliness in the ground. You need irrigation in year one. You need to really get the dominance of the right species in. So it's been very valuable in terms of learning. But we know now that every single region, every single site is different. Every single site throws up a different set of issues. We don't really know what's going to happen with climate change and what's better. We know things are going to change, but how are we actually thinking about this, and how are we thinking about our different environmental areas, and what is going to be best and what isn't? So thinking about the future and how our landscapes are going to change is something really critical. We're doing a lot of work, particularly on drought tolerance, and also on water and flood water. We talked a little bit earlier about how much do we know about non-native species for flora, and we do know quite a lot about certain things, but we don't know all of the trade-offs that exist, and we don't know whether this idea about having more sort of novel urban ecosystems, this notion of good or bad for who, what's the exact trade-offs there? There's a lot more stuff actually that needs to be known about this, and how things move and how things change. I always like doing this one in Sweden, actually. The whole issue about what is good and what is bad environmentally in terms of management. Do we gain something out of lower energy inputs, but what might we have to do to actually sustain that? And we know very little about the impacts of soil fertility over time, particularly on the designed communities. This is exactly the same mix, just responding to different kinds of soils. So I think we've learned that every single situation is different, but how they change over time, really different. The truth about meadows, particularly the design meadows, but all meadows, is they don't look very good in February. And how do we actually accommodate this into different sites? How do you actually allow this kind of a look to be appealing and attractive design-wise? And a really big thing is that these things are what we call dynamic. They change all the time. Exactly, this is, again, the same place, the same mix, just changing over the years. This notion, we're so used to probably managing things which are static in their look, from our kind of our lawns, our shrub borders, our trees. This notion that things are going to change, I find terribly exciting, but it's also quite scary. So a very sort of very alien concept. And I think that's really, I'm going to just stop sharing at that point and hope.
Oh, thank you very much.
Is anyone still with me there?
We are with you.
That was a real whistle. Yeah. A whistle-stop tour, really, just to show some visualizations. And as I say, this is something that sits in a spectrum. And it's really for people to decide where in the spectrum it might go. But it's certainly revolutionized, I think, in the UK, a lot of our urban landscapes.
Yeah, I'm not going to turn my video on because I'm thinking of just so we can hear you when you give your comments. But thank you very much for that presentation, Sue. And as you can probably see from the lovely images, that this is something that sort of it's really standing sort of in between a lot of our conventional solutions that we have with perennial borders and lawns and meadows, and so it's really quite a new concept. It's a way of creating something that looks like a perennial border over huge areas, for example, and we've never had anything like that before. I would suggest that one use in a historical setting could be if you have a lot of lawn that you would like to convert, but it's also in a place where a traditional meadow, for example, wouldn't do, because, as Sue says, it's quite ugly sometimes of the year, and the Northern European meadow is quite ugly from July and on. Sometimes depends on where you are, but if you cut it in July or August, obviously it's not going to look very nice after that. So if you want to do something that's better than a lawn, but it's in an aesthetically sensitive area, you could consider these types of solutions, and that would be give a lot more to the biodiversity than a lawn would.
I think that's very much how we've used them, in a very much a sort of a mix and match place. You certainly don't dig up your species rich piece of grassland. You just don't do that. No. But in places where there's no species diversity at all, and as a mixture, I mean, we.
Sue, I think you should turn could you turn the video off?
It is, you just
yeah. It might
improve the sound. Yeah, no, that's very much. I think it's about using it where there is a lack of species diversity. Using it where you're trying to move that down that gradient from formal planting through to something much softer and more species rich. Yeah. But the interesting dynamics that are starting to occur with some of these now in those areas where you start to see spontaneous development happening is also very exciting, I think, for horticulturalists and landscapers, just because it's, as I say, we've always tended to contain our horticulture, and I think this is it bridges between something that you put in, but this dynamic change, how it starts to form a life of its own, is quite fascinating. And we've got landscapes now, I think, they're about 20 years old with perennial planting, and some very interesting things happening.
Yeah, I have a question in the Q&A from one of the Joachims. He asks if there's an issue with slugs when you're using this type of plant material. I'm thinking maybe the annuals, that maybe they're not as sort of tough, and maybe they're tastier. What's your experience?
No, we have had slug predation wipe out an entire annual seeded meadow. Is very rare with the annuals. The annuals tend to be very robust, but for the perennials, we've had to test every single one for slug predation. So we tend to avoid plants which are very palatable to slugs, which does restrict the species. But slug predation is a massive reason why many meadows fail if they haven't gone through this process of eliminating ones which slugs love.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I tried one of the annual mixes myself here in Sweden, and we have the Spanish forest slug here that is a big problem, for example. And I didn't see any slug predation in the annual mix. Thank you.
No,
okay.
No, they're amazing. A lot of people will start with annuals just because they give confidence, because they're easy and it takes the public with you as well. And then.
Yeah.
Again, both staff and the public make that transition to doing something that's more sustainable. So we use them a lot for transition landscapes as well.
Yeah, some people suggest using them for a while before you switch to sowing a meadow, for example. I would warn you, those of you who think about doing that, though, that because a natural meadow is going to be 1,000 times uglier in the eyes of the general public, this can be dangerous. So if you put something in that's like, I don't know, it's like a candy field of color, and then what you go aiming for is something that is not like a candy field of color, then you have to deal with the reactions to that.
I think people's sensitivities actually do get softer, really. Yeah. I think for a lot of people, it does help them take on a journey. And then you can do things like just have a tiny edge of annuals, something like that, around a much more. We use them a lot in just letting the grass go, but just having an edge, and it makes, you know, a mown strip, a tiny strip of the annual meadow, and then unmown grass works incredibly well, and it gives that sense that there is care and attention. Yeah, and again, it's all about taking people on a journey.
Yeah, that's a good suggestion. So I have some questions here about the maintenance. If you sort of compare it to lawns, or like, how do you maintain? I don't know. So this is somebody's asking about the perennial meadows, but I think it could be interesting to also hear about the annual ones. And
so the perennial meadows, once they're actually established, year one is the most difficult, challenging year. Once you've actually got one established, then it is an annual cut and collect. And normally in spring too, is also a check on any maybe clumps of invasive weed. It happens quite rarely, but you do need somewhere to dispose of your arisings, because you're doing an annual cut and collect, and it's got quite a lot of biomass to start with if it's got quite high nutrient. So a perennial meadow compared to a lawn, a lot less management, but it's different management. An annual meadow, you do actually have to strip back down and recultivate and resow. So it all depends where it is. It's probably the cheapest thing you could possibly ever do is a huge gang mown grass cutting machine. But once you change from that, it's very comparable probably to grass cutting.
Would you say that the designed meadows require knowledge from the gardener who's working with it, because this can be different? Yeah. So you can't put the lawn mowing.
Definitely. I think this is the most. No, and there's been a lot of problems like that. I would say most of the failures have been where it's been specified by a landscape architect, and the gardeners have not, or its contractors are not gardeners. And it does take time, and the images that we always show, of course, don't show all the problems. So that problems do arise, and again, if the gardening team is not part of that and understanding how to remedy any problems, then they do tend to fail. So there's a thing that we might call the tipping point. If you can get everything going beautifully for the first few years, you normally have a very sustainable meadow. If you don't get it right and you allow weed invasion, and by weeds I do mean undesirable species that are going to overcompete the other species, it reaches a point where they may have a competitive advantage. I say it changes all the time. So knowing when to intervene and knowing what's the gentlest way of intervening is a real skill.
Right. Thank you. So a question here from Alexander. Working in a public garden with the more traditional perennial meadows, I'm often in discussion with visitors who are surprised with how they look after seeing the coverage of the annual meadows in the Olympic Park. Do you think that these designed pictorial meadows are potentially muddling the public's perception on what is a meadow and how they should look? This is what I touched
definitely, not just the public. Yeah, I think it's not just muddling the public. I think as professionals, there's a huge amount of muddle. I don't know. I think the only way through this is more and more education, and to be really explicit about what these. I think we shouldn't go backwards, and I think it is. I think we should go forwards, but I think we have to be really, really clear that these are done for horticultural purposes. They're done for visual impact, and I think we just need more information out there about the differences and the choices that you can actually have, because it isn't just the public. Most of the public are completely confused, but it's professionals, that also specify. And it is also, I think just even the word, I think it's such a vast amount of choice that you've got now. So yeah, I think the way forward is education.
Yeah, thank you.
And information and honesty.
Yeah, And I think it's an issue because, I mean, maybe like 20, 30 years ago, gardeners would not have been, discussing meadows at all. And then we started doing naturalistic perennial plantings where we introduced a lot more grasses, and we started calling them meadows because we thought any perennial planting with grasses in them are meadows. And so it's an issue in horticulture with how we started using the words when we started getting interested in meadows. And now we're getting interested in natural meadows, but we don't learn about them in our schools, I think. But I agree. Yeah, information and knowledge. I see that one of the attendees has their hand up, but Cecilia Engström, you can't actually turn your microphone on, so you'll have to ask the question in the chat or in the Q&A if you want to ask something, because I don't know how to. Yeah, thank you. Sue, when you use the design meadows as a transition to something more natural, have you found that some of the more exotic, like 20% of the mixture or something, have like sort of gone out of hand or kept appearing?
No, not at all. I mean, in terms of the annuals are obviously, are plants of disturbed ground. So the minute you stop actually having open soils or open areas, they will just die away. In urban areas, then that's quite exciting because you do start to see a little bit of creep going into brownfield sites. On the perennials, again, we are certainly seeing movement of the perennial in a localized area. So obviously we don't use anything that's invasive, but the word invasive is a tricky question anyway. It's certain habitats where a particular plant will actually have a competitive advantage, then it will spread. It's as simple as that, but only into a certain niche that it can fit. So what you see evolution. You see plants which have that competitive advantage, are happier there, they will thrive. But all you need is another year and a change of, you get slightly more rain. It's slightly hotter and drier, and another of the species gets that competitive advantage. So you see these almost continual waves of change actually happening, just as you would, in any kind of species-rich environment.
Right. Interesting. Thank you. Brian is asking about what techniques you're using to deal with like weeds and pictorial meadows, like the Dox Rumex genus, for example.
Yeah, so in the UK, we're still using herbicide. So we do spot treatment of herbicide or weed wipe actually on something like that. To start with, it's hand pulling. Doing the work that we've been doing pre-growing has been really helpful because the material is actually pre-grown on a biodegradable matting, and that actually acts as a mulch. So we're really interested in the use of mulches, obviously. Even for establishing, using a mulch and sowing into a mulch, either a sand mulch or even a spent kind of compost mulch, makes a significant difference at the start of the process. So it's a mixture: mulching, hand pulling, and some selective herbicide use or digging, and cutting. So going forward, the main thing you're trying to do is to get as many desirable species in a very, very dense sward, and that is ultimately your success point. Once you've got the density, you've got the variety of species, then cutting becomes your prime weed control methodology, and it's the cutting, and you can do things like. If you do get an incursion of some kind of a weed, just cutting at the time before that weed has a chance to seed is used a lot. So cutting, mowing, scything, strimming, flailing, everything that to do with cutting is the number one weed control method.
Thank you. But the meadows are designed to be in flower for a longer time of the season than a traditional natural meadow. So when would you want to cut it? I mean, I don't when would the window be?
It depends if Yeah. In an ideal world, if everything's perfect, you leave it till about 3 weeks ago. So the ideal time to cut is around about February. And the reason for that is that you've got allowed the maximum biomass there to actually act as a source for your invertebrates and your birds. It's very dry at that point, and it's very light, and it also covers the soil, so it acts as a deterrent to weed seeds coming in. But that doesn't mean to say that you can't cut at different times. So we'll often do, if you have a weed problem, you should just cut an area. You can just cut an area out. You can cut at different times of the year, and you'll create patterns of different vegetation. You'll get freshness coming through. You'll get a double flowering period. So there's an awful lot of fun and creativity you could have with mowing different parts of it at different times. And that's quite exciting in a larger area, or even just maybe cutting the edge around the sides and then allowing that to come into flower. So mowing and cutting and doing it for reasons, not just for weed control and not just to stop the succession, but also to actually create whole new patterns of vegetation, particularly late flowering meadows. So a June cut, you'll get a meadow flowering into November time.
Right. It sounds. This sounds more like traditional sort of perennial border maintenance, like cutting to delay or prolong flowering times. So I suppose, and most of us probably know how to care for perennials. So we'll just treat it as one huge border, I guess. And
I think so, and I think
play around. Yeah.
Play around with it. I mean, that's the huge fun thing. They're incredibly robust once they get going, and so yeah, be creative. And I think if you're used to dealing with big perennial borders, treat it very much in a similar way, but much with much less attention.
Yeah. I think we can do a last question here from Kjell. Would these new meadows, if you leave them to themselves, would they gradually be invaded by grasses over the years and have to be restarted after a couple of years?
Grass. I mean, I think for Northern Europe, grass is one of those things that can be a real problem. Again, it depends what the scale is. We've got large meadows now, been going for a long time, that now are very it's very difficult for grass to invade, basically, because you've got such a density of forb root systems in there. But very tiny ones, which haven't perhaps been established very well in the first place, are definitely susceptible. So you might, for those ones, just be happy that happens, because you'll still have lots of species flowering through it, or you maybe replenish it after 5-7 years. But the bigger it is, the more you've looked after it to start with, the more species that are there that are suited to that environment. And that's the real magic thing. Basically the least chance there is of any kind of invasion. But yeah, eventually it's not a herbaceous border. No, you would expect to see a mixture of things actually getting in there, and that's fine, basically.
Okay.
It shouldn't be considered to be an herbaceous border.
Right. Well, that's it for the Q&A questions, I think. Oh, actually, no, one more. But we don't have the time, Daniel. But Sue could perhaps answer in written format to Daniel in the Q&A section. Because I would like to thank you, Sue, for showing us this option in the palette of options that we have when we want to do something other than lawns. And later today we will be discussing more, when all these options are suitable or not. And Joachim has already touched upon this as well. I would like to, before we have the lunch break, just to show you guys the results of the little poll we did, when we asked which countries you were from. So thank you, Sue, and Rebecca, perhaps, is it, who could share the screen to show the countries, or is it Anna-Stine? Let's see if anybody replies to me. Oh, they're asleep. Ah, Rebecca, thank you. All right, here's some countries. We've got a lot of Swedes, Norwegians, let's see, UK. A lot of people have written in actually the cities as well. And we've got, Poland, nice. France, Germany, Scotland, yeah, lovely.
And don't forget the next page, Jenny.
Oh yeah.
There we go.
There it is. Nice. We've got teachers, historians, archaeologists, PhD candidates, and a lot of gardeners, of course. Head gardeners, students. This is great. I'm really looking forward to seeing some of you at the summer workshops, because these kind of groups where you have a lot of professionals or future professionals meeting, there are so many opportunities for further learning from each other as well. Yeah.
And we have the question polls in the lunch break.
Yes, we do. Yeah, exactly. So we're going to have a long lunch break now. It's 2 hours, and we'll have the time on the screen during the lunch break, so you won't miss it. But we also have a poll with questions about how you work with lawns and meadows where you work. And it would be lovely if you could fill those in, answer those questions sometime during the lunch break, because we will be showing the results later today, and it's going to be a basis for the talking points and the panel discussions a little bit. So there's one section with lawn questions, and then one with meadow questions, and it's just a few, and they're yes and no questions, so you can just answer them, and if they're not applicable, just skip them. But we would love for you to do that, and we've put the question, the links in the chat. It would be great if you don't fill the chat with thank yous right now. Even it's really nice to see when you write your appreciation, but just to keep that thing in the chat visible for everybody, if you can hold off on the niceties this time. But thank you for the ones that have come so far. It's nice to hear you thank all the different speakers. Yeah, so check the chat and please do the poll, but you don't need to do it now. You can do it after you had your lunch, of course. But yeah, we'll meet again here in 2 hours time to keep learning. I don't think I missed anything. No. And here's the times. All right. See you in 2 hours. Welcome back from the lunch break. I'm going to hand over now very soon to David, but first I want to sort of explain what we're doing now, because we've looked at some alternatives to lawns now with Maria and Sue, but I think all of us realize that we will have lawns as well, even if some lawns may be replaced with other things, especially in a historic site. But I think in all parks and gardens, there will be lawn spaces. And we've asked David to come and speak to sort of tell us, how to care for those lawns properly, basically. Like, what do we need to know about lawn management so that the lawns that we do keep will thrive and do what they're supposed to be doing in terms of carrying our feet and maybe being useful for some biodiversity as well and other ecosystem services. So I'm going to hand over to David. I'd also like to say that David is a consultant on lawns, and he's also the chair of the Lawn Association in the UK. So he has a lot of experience with lawns. Take it away, David.
Yes, well, first of all, thank you very much for inviting me. And if nobody does know the amount of hassle we've had in the background with electricity and computer power and everything else. So but thank you very much for inviting me. I do work as a lawn consultant in a lot of historic houses and properties all over the country, which is a privilege. And the talk today, 20 minutes long. I normally introduce myself for 20 minutes, if I'm honest. It looks good. But yes, today the title says pretty much everything. Historic lawns and their need in modern society. Well, their need is something I obviously believe in quite well, because I do love grass and I love what it does. I do think it gets undervalued in our society somewhat. But can they survive, and should they survive in modern lawns? We already have a problem with the first page. I do apologize. There we go. Sorry about that. So I told you I was no good at IT. And one of the questions I like to put to people, the best lawn experts and what we learn about lawns tends to be learned from actually monitoring what happens. And when it comes to historical lawns, I pose the question here: what do we actually learn about lawns throughout time? And if I move on to the next point, and these are just some points. I'm not a historic lawn expert. Don't get me wrong in terms of things, but we learn about certain facts about were medieval dwellings the first types of lawns. That's my own theory, for example, where we suddenly had our animals that we were about to eat within our little enclosures. Were they the first types of lawn mowers? Are they the first types of lawn? We learn about things like castles were the first area that had lawns where somebody wanted to do battle with somebody, so somebody cut their grass a little bit shorter around. And lots of information that we learn is all based on facts like that. But I like to look at lawn care because history actually teaches exactly what we need to know. And when we start, if we look at sort of modern day lawns today, when we look back at history, we've got to look at what does history actually tell us in terms of lawns themselves. So if we think about a historic lawn, as I just had on the picture a moment ago, for example, we tend to sort of think, well, they were very big posh houses. They were maintained by staff of 20, 40, 60, 100 gardeners, and everything must have been incredibly manicured. So when we look at lawn care today, I'll put this on here, which is just a quick perception on lawns themselves. So what we tend to have had over the history really is the knowledge that we've got has literally come from celebrity gardeners. The Lawn Expert book, for example, in the UK sold 5 million copies, written by an enthusiast and a very clever book company. Large companies have made us believe that products are the answer to all our solutions. I could name names, obviously, but I won't, but we probably know who they are. So it's come from an ideology that a product is a solution to a perfect lawn, whatever your perfect ideology of a perfect lawn is. But the public opinion has also then been, I believe, quite bad because of it. So we've basically sort of understood that the best way to do it was to use lots of pesticides, lots of fossil fuel, lots of synthetic fertilizers. And it's sort of no wonder, I think, that lawn care has certainly been under attack by many, many different people. But what I look at, and what I call myself here an actual expert, I don't like to, but when you actually think about how simple grass is to grow, it's when I go back into history to think, well, okay, let's look at a historic house. Let's look at what that's telling us today. So, sorry, Matt, you went too far. Excuse me. So what does history tell us? When we look at a historic house, what does it tell us? Well, Kate will tell you, certainly on any of the properties that I work for National Trust, history will teach us that, soils are absolutely superb. they're very, very old. The properties have been there a long time. Nature, the soils themselves have played their own part in creating them as beautiful as they are. So we know, for example, that the key to any plant health is in the soil. History will tell us that time will give us that. We as humans can interact with that and try and enhance them somewhat as well. History actually will tell you, when you look at historic lawn, it will tell you that we learn a lot about thatch. We learn about grasses being really difficult to control because of thatch layers. Thatch layers create moss, create poor lawns, which then create people very annoyed with their lawn. But good soils will actually maintain your lawn and your thatch control naturally. So again, the history tells us that we get better soils, our thatch control. Within a lawn, we have 3 dimensions. We have the grass, we have the thatch, which is a protective canopy, and then we have our soils, and they all interact with each other. So the better we can make our soils, the better the natural thatch production, and therefore the better the root system and the better the plant on the surface. So it's very, very simple. History also teaches us, for example, especially with historic houses, that the grasses that are growing there are ones that are actually suitable for it. They tend to be, obviously, in our case in the UK, they tend to be very native, and that will happen all over the country. If a grass is going to grow there and it's been growing there for some time, it's because it enjoys the environment it's growing in. So again, history will also explain that we can contrive to what nature has. I can't see what I wrote there, actually. I do apologize. Don't worry. So when we think about lawn care, we look back in history. We know that time will actually give us what we want. We can enhance that obviously somewhat as well with a number of different things. What that will be, I'll talk about in a moment. But time will give us the benefit of that, and that's what history teaches me when I look back at perfect lawns. In fact, I found a perfect lawn at a National Trust property many years ago, and that was a lawn that had the perfect grasses on the top, it had perfect soils, and it had no thatch because it was being naturally digested. It was the easiest bit of grass to look at, and it wasn't even a bit of grass that this particular head gardener particularly bothered with, but that's perfection on lawn care from a biology point of view. However, of course, in modern day lawns, we don't have that, especially with new build properties and such like as well. So can and should lawns exist in modern society? Well, I obviously believe they do. I believe they play an enormous part. But it's something we often aren't particularly told about unless somebody like me jumps up, which I do tend to do in the press as well. So we're often talked about fossil fuel being one of the biggest problems we have. Everybody that's in the industry where I am, for example, in lawn care, knows that companies have known this for a long time. We've got obviously battery power, we've got robots, we do have autonomous lawn mowing all over the world as well. So the idea of fossil fuel, of course, we know how bad it is. We know how much damage it does to the environment, but it's getting better, and it will be better in another 5 years. I think in the UK, we talked about 2025 being the time when lawnmowers, fossil fueled lawnmowers, were possibly going to be banned. But also the carbon CO2 release of lawns as well, through the fossil fuel. Again, I tend to sort of look at a positive side of lawns and grass and how they photosynthesize in being a carbon sink as well. I know there's a lot of variation on whether people believe lawns and grasslands are as good a carbon sink as they emit, for example, when they're maintained. That's something that I haven't particularly looked into for a long time. We talked about pesticide use when the first point of weed control is actually plant density. We've got a plant which you can walk through the middle of a field somewhere that might be looked after with a bit of lawn mowing here and there, but you still won't particularly find necessarily weeds. Personally, I think they should be surviving anyway. I'm not an advocate of using herbicides, but of course we have a society that have been trained that these 3 or 4 in 1 herbicide moss killer products are the way to create your perfect lawn. So it has been bad, but I do know from the background and some of the areas that I deal with in the media that pesticides will disappear, certainly from lawned areas, very, very quickly as well. When it comes to water usage as well, it's another area we talked about where people have always said that lawns use an enormous amount of water. I always question whether lawns actually use more than the other garden areas, because there's a huge amount of water used in the other parts of the gardens. The beauty we have in the UK, we do have grasses that can adapt to droughts and dry weather. So we don't particularly need to water them. We had in 2018 the very bad drought, where the country with the satellite image was completely brown, and it obviously comes back to life. That's the plant adapting, a native grass adapting to that weather. The use of synthetic fertilizers, absolutely, again, another thing which in my opinion has got to change, and I know is changing. The innovation in fertilizers has really come from the sports area. And I mentioned just a small product here, but I imported a product from Ireland a number of years ago, made from composted recycled food waste. And the idea behind that is that the food waste parts that we take are the bits that release natural minerals and vitamins. So they're more of a soil conditioner and a feed, for example. So the synthetic fertilizer ideology will disappear from lawn care as well. So the pros, when I talk about the pros, yes, CO2 is absorbed, some say more than trees. So lawns can play a really big part in that. Same with the oxygen you release. It's probably more, again, please tell me if I'm wrong, but it seems to be more than most other plants as well. It acts as an air conditioner to our gardens and environments. It filters dust. It has an erosion control benefit, flood control. It has everything that you can see on the screen there. It has an enormous amount of benefits. I haven't been able to test this, so I do apologize because I haven't tested whether this is going to be 20 minutes or 2 hours. So I will go on.
Yeah.
Sorry, I will go on to a bit about historic lawns and how we use them today, if that's okay.
It's okay. So you have like 5 minutes left of your talk, but then we have 20 minutes for questions. So yes. It's okay.
Okay. Well, I mean, obviously, one of the bits that I wanted to talk about was historic lawns. So obviously, when they were these houses were built in whatever century they may be, they were designed for a family and not hundreds of thousands of people. So we've got added footfall problems, staff shortages, which I'll refer back to Kate. She'll back me up on that. Well, every National Trust probably told me they were short-staffed. But basically, what we get with extra footfall and what we're guaranteed to get is extra problems. What I do in every historic property that I go into is ask head gardeners or anybody, do you do extra work to those areas? Bearing in mind they are pinch points, traffic areas. What do you do differently to those than you don't do to your main lawns? So if you're aerating your main lawns once a year, why are you still only doing your footfall areas, which are wearing out 5 times at speed? Why don't you aerate them 5 times as much? And we've got to think very much like that. The grass species is an interesting one because we're in modern day, we've got new, what we believe to be modern grasses that are going to be the answer to all our solutions. And I think if anybody knows of the plant perennial ryegrass, it's used on football pitches and rugby pitches and in certainly turf all across the world, I suppose, certainly these days. But it's not particularly something that's going to solve our problem. So when you just quickly going into it, our grass species in the UK, for example, we've got 3 main species. One is perennial ryegrass, which is sort of emanated from about the sort of 1980s. But the 2 other main species we have are called bentgrass and fescue. And both are prunable, which means that the more we prune them, i.e. mow them or scarify them, they regenerate new parent plants. So they become thicker just by pruning them, just like any other plant in our garden. Whereas perennial ryegrass, although it can be deemed as a heavy wear grass or a family lawn grass, it's certainly not native to historic houses, obviously. But it won't also cure your problems of wear and tear on these areas either. It's more a case really, and we did this at Hidcote recently, which obviously Kate will know about, where I think a huge amount of money was brought in on the what are called the red border and the old garden lawns, 3 or 4 meter thoroughfares through some beautiful flower beds, for example. And they'd spent a lot of money on constructing them, and the sports company had then put the ryegrass in there as something that was going to wear better. Unfortunately, we had to change that completely around, of which I'd love to have shown you some pictures. But we've gone back to actually growing the grass that was really growing very, very well there. So it's one that we can prune, it's one that we can develop, it's one that can stay open a little bit longer. But we work on what we've got as opposed to what a seed company, for example, tells us. And we're very much in that commercial world where a seed company, strangely enough, will love us to buy this seed because it means that we've got to regenerate into it and overseed all the time. When it comes to the other part of these pinch points, we tend to sort of think that the grass is going to be the answer, where we all know that if we walk on any plant anywhere, it will do damage to the soil. In time, the plant will wear out, it will disappear, it will die. And then our footfall starts to cause problems into the soil itself. And we know that if we try and grow a plant in poor soil, we know that we've got no chance at all. So when it comes to pinch points, for example, on historic houses, we've got to do aeration. Lots of people do aeration, and I'll quickly finish off here, but lots of people do aeration, but when you do aeration, you've got to do aeration for the right reason. So when you look at different techniques of aeration, you've got solid tines, i.e. the garden fork, which really annoys me. You've got hollow tine aeration, which pulls small little plugs out of the ground. But essentially what you're trying to do is you've got to alter soil structure to relieve compaction and wear and tear. You can't just put holes in the ground and add seed into compacted areas and hope that it's going to work. You've got to think logically and think, well, this plant is now, it might be a new plant, it might be a brand new seed, but it's got to survive and it's got to strengthen in that area as well. So you've got to change soil structure from something that's already been created by 50,000 people's feet. So when it comes to aeration, you've got to look at it as a means to an end. You can't just do it because somebody thinks, well, I read solid tine and scratching a bit of seed in the ground, for example, is going to be my answer. You've got to analyze it. You've got to plan. You've got to think. You've got to work out what the problem is. We know is in most cases when it comes to footfall, when it comes to pinch points, when it comes to wear and tear areas. If it's the grass thinning out, it's fairly obvious what the problem will be. It's not growing in an environment, for example, that is going to help that plant survive. So always think about the fundamental issues in the ground as opposed to a plant necessarily being the answer. Okay, and as I point on the last point here, we always know, especially historic houses, we know the problems are going to be there. Every venue looks to get another 20,000 people the following year for funding or whatever it may. So we know that the problems are going to be there. We know that we have to prevent them rather than get them and then shut these areas down like a lot of people do. But it's again, it's you know, he who fails to plan plans to fail. It's quite simple on lawn care, and it's very, very simple on historic houses as well. I'm assuming I'm out of time there.
Well, I mean, we're not now. There's time for questions.
Yeah, cool.
For you. So thank you for the presentation. It was very enlightening, and we got just a little question here. If you could repeat why the ryegrass weren't successful at Hidcote.
Well, essentially, with ryegrass, you get one seed, one plant, and that's it. So we look at football pitches, for example, in this day and age, and sadly we see superb looking football pitches compared to years gone by. Most of them have plastic stitched into it, which is awful, but they're also replaced after 7 months out of the year, and at huge expense. So when it comes to a place like Hidcote, and the very, I'm sure Kate's been there, the very, very important borders there, they obviously want to keep them open. So when you've got a plant in there like ryegrass that never generates into 2 plants, unfortunately, no matter how well that grass grows, if you're not continuing to relieve compaction and make the plant healthy, somewhere along the line, there's a very good chance with our environment as well that plant will disappear completely. So it will go from one plant to none very, very quickly. So making that the basis of your lawn is very, very dangerous in a high wear area. The 2 species that we have, and they're the 2 species that we use, they're technically called luxury lawn mixtures. They're grasses that grow on golf greens all over the world. But they're native to the UK, and they're grown because they can take short mowing. They're grown because they can adapt to weather. They can grow because they just like growing here. It's as simple as that. You'll find it all over the country. So at Hidcote, we just went back to a basis. We didn't kill anything off. We didn't try and bring pesticides into it. We just literally tried to grow what was already growing there. But we just created an environment by preventing the damage in the first place. So we knew the footfall periods would be at a certain time, at heavier footfall. So we would certainly make grass grow a little bit extra better, I suppose, extra strong. So we would feed prior to Easter, for example. So we would have the growth, so the canopy was being protected all the time. So, and again, during winter, we looked at disease prevention, again, very naturally, but we grew a plant that would develop and create this density all the time. And that's what is the success to any private house, historic house venue, is learning to grow what likes to grow. Don't believe the hype that you hear from seed companies. It drives me berserk, if I'm honest. And they don't like it, of course.
No, but it's a good experience. I know that we have a plantman in Sweden, Peter Korn. He's quite famous for making arid plantings. But anyway, he built his private botanical garden from a forested area where he just took the trees down, and then after a while you get a lot of raspberries growing up. And he just mowed it with a lawnmower, over time, and then he got lawn. It's like whatever wanted to established there in the end, because only those grasses will take the lawn mowing. I mean, keeping it that low. And
one of the strange things about lawn care, and it doesn't matter whether it's a historic house or your own back garden, is it's the only plant that we actually don't know what we're working on. Because if I went to anybody and said, well, what's that rose? They'd say it was Rosa something or other, and they'd know that. They'd look at a yew and say that's a certain. With our lawns, because they're a monoculture, which is slightly debatable, but I understand what people say. We tend to think, well, it's all the same. It's green. It grows. We mow it. It's just the same. However, the fundamentals are that there are 3 main species that thrive in lawns certainly in the UK and probably in other countries as well. But most people wouldn't know what they were. And I find that bamboozling, because all 3 of them will grow very differently. One grows stoloniferously, which means it creeps that way. One grows via rhizomes under the surface. And obviously ryegrass is a plant that never becomes 2. So they have very different characteristics. One will like water more, one will like drought more. They grow incredibly different, no different than any other plant. However, if you don't know what you're working on and what's surviving in your lawn, it's quite tricky. Well, I think it makes it very tricky for people to go, well, how do I make that grow then when I don't even know what species it is? Is water the answer? Not if you've got fescue. No, it'll probably all die off. Is ryegrass a good one to put in for drought? No, that'll die. So it's quite strange, and it's something that the association, as part of what I do with the association, I always say to people, order some grass seeds. Order 3 main species of grass, make 3 or 4 if you wish, and grow them. Identify them. You know, don't read a book about it, because you'll get confused with the word ligules and goodness knows what else, and the crowns and everything. It'll be very confusing for people. It's not that difficult. If you've got in the UK, if you've got chance of having one of 3 grass species, it shouldn't be that difficult to actually take a little pinch of those home with you and pop it in a pot, grow it, and then you can walk around your own lawn and go, oh, that's what I got. That gives me an indication now. That's the plant I've got. That's what I need to do, because I can learn that on the Lawn Association site. That's what I'm going to do. I'm not going to try and grow something that isn't growing already. That's just hard work. Lawn care isn't hard work at all if you just make the plant that's surviving already grow better. It's very, very simple.
That's a good answer. Thank you. Steve is asking, how do we feel about annual meadowgrass?
Well, it's an interesting one. I'd say to Steve, does he know that annual meadowgrass is also a perennial? And I don't know whether Steve can answer that.
He can answer in the chat.
He can answer in the chat. Well, I'll wait for that. There is a plant called annual meadowgrass. It's what we term as a weed grass. However, it's probably one of the most prolific grasses. So yes, he did. It's one of the most prolific grasses. It'll grow obviously in most areas. It'll grow in concrete. It'll grow all over the world. In fact, I'm very much a believer that I think if it's growing, then don't complain. Again, the more you look after annual meadowgrass, obviously the quicker it will turn into a perennial form. It's actually, I believe it's a grass that's evolved through time to compensate for other grass species that have died off. So I don't have a problem with it. I think it's something to nurture. I'm not into, one strain grass lawns. I think it should be whatever's growing. If annual meadowgrass is growing somewhere along the lines, it's probably down to bare areas, obviously. So sometimes you can look at compensating why you're causing them bare areas and try and get the native grasses to fill back in. But it's in my opinion, there's nothing wrong with it on domestic lawns at all. Try and fight it. I had 24 men. That sounds quite bad, doesn't it? I had 24 men every single Monday on the golf course I worked on, with set squares and penknives, taking out maybe 3 plants over 1,000 square meters of a lawn, of a golf green. And we never won. We didn't win. So it's a grass species that is fine by me. Should be thanked for being there.
Okay, thank you. So you talked a lot about maintaining the soil structure and the soil conditions. If you have a poor soil structure, could you give some examples of how to alter that?
Well, in lawns, technically, really, I mean, every bit of aeration will alter a soil structure. I just want, I think people need to do, certainly look at soil structure changes as being quicker and faster. Because I think anybody that's spending too long doing aeration will soon fall out of love with doing aeration on a lawn. It can be very, very slow. And hollow tine aeration is just the simplest way. It's been done for relieving soil compaction and altering soil structure. So when you remove the plugs out of the lawn, the idea is that they can collapse in amongst themselves, which is basically altering the soil structure to a point where we need to. We don't need to probably, in most cases, go beyond 2 or 3 inches into the soil. It's enough. Most of our problems are caused in the top surface as well. So I would say to anybody, hollow tine, don't put a garden fork wasn't designed for lawns anyway, so keep that in the flower beds. Don't solid tine anything at all, unless you have to.
Thank you. What's your opinion about robo mowers? The question is, so there is an opinion that it is better to mow every day 1 millimeter rather than once a week, to take more once a week. But then on the other hand, we don't know what happens after 5 or 10 more years of doing that. Yeah.
So you can't be mowing at a millimeter, can it?
I mean, the robo-mowers, because the robo-mowers past the same area so many times.
Oh, taking a millimeter off.
Kind of, yeah.
Yes.
As opposed to doing it like manually, once a week.
I think, yes, to a point, we don't know what robo-mowers will do in the future, but I don't really see that it's going to do any harm from what I can see at the moment. Pruning a plant 7 days a week, as you know, can be useful if you've got the wrong type of species. It can be relatively useful when you've got the right type of species. We don't know 10 years down the line what the problems will be, but at this present time, I don't see anything at all. Not if you concentrate on soil biology as your main aspect of lawn care. Okay,
thank you. So we have 2 questions that are a bit similar here about leaving the cut grass or picking it up. And Shell is saying that we just let the cut grass remain in the lawn, and the good topsoil has increased over the years on top of a sandy soil, which is lower down. And this is a mix of lawn and meadow with a lot of flowers in midsummer, and we reduce the frequency of mowing. And then there's another person who's asking, what is your opinion on picking up the grass clippings versus leaving them?
Well, again, I mean, there's no rule to how you maintain a lawn and what your end result may be. And I just point back to, again, if we look at soil biology like we do with every other plant, if we look at improving soil structure and increasing microbes and bacterial activity in the soils, they digest thatch anyway. So we do have this concern that if we do just put the clippings back all the time, our thatch levels are going to increase. If thatch does increase by that matter, it's purely a case of showing you that your soils aren't active enough and you may need to increase that. Nature does most of lawn care on its own if we can start, luckily, with that perfect lawn, which some people obviously do, but it's a place where we all need to sort of run to as quickly as we can, because it makes life really, really simple. Every National Trust property, for example, every historic house has got the fundamentals there. They just need to make them sometimes work a little bit better, and they've got almost perfection with a very small effort.
Right, thank you. Daniel asks if when you're doing hollow tine aeration, if it's common to also put sand in the holes.
It's a strange thing. There's a lot of myth about lawns and adding sand down hollow tine holes or even solid tine holes is one of those sort of myths. I would always say, again, you've got to analyze your soils, for example. So if you've got incredibly wet lawns, look where the dampness is, because the dampness could be within the top inch. A lot of people tend to think if they've got a bit of a mushy mess, the soils below 2 or 3 inches are obviously compact, and we've got to try and keep these channels open. Adding a very inert material like sand is often a thing that we've derived from the golf industry called soil exchange. So we try and roll a ball at 2 millimeters for 365 days a year. So we add sand, we take soil out, we add sand, the area stays dry so a ball can roll on it. I would always say, analyze your soil, even if it means digging an inspection pit. If you've got a very wet lawn, take an inspection pit. And I do this on a lot of places. So dig down maybe 2 or 3 inches, maybe 4 inches, maybe 6 inches, and do a water percolation test to see where your problems are. If there's a requirement for sand, and there will be in some lawns, don't get me wrong, but it depends how bad the lawn is. In most cases, I would say don't worry about it. It probably isn't a problem more than the fact that you haven't got enough grass on the surface of your lawn to soak up the moisture in the first place. So it's one that comes from the golf industry. I've never known it particularly beneficial in any lawn anywhere.
Okay, thank you. We're going to have to keep. I'm going to have to finish very soon, but we have time for at least one more question. And here's one from Steve: cylinder mower versus rotary mower. What would be your preference?
Well, my preference personally, and that's purely because I'm not a lawn obsessive. I'm obsessed with lawns in many respects, but when it comes to maintaining a lawn, yes, cylinder mowers, we know. I mean, they were designed in 1827, I think it was, manufactured in 1830. But the idea was that we've almost gone backwards in terms of lawn mowing. So we started off with the cylinder, and we cut them really, really well. And then modernization has turned it into a very fast scythe blade, if you want to call it that, a rotary mower that doesn't cut as well. It will cut. Any cylinder mower or rotary mower will cut very well when they're sharp. Neither will cut when they're blunt very well. So sometimes it doesn't particularly matter. I'm personally not a fan of the obsession of cylinder mowers. I'm not a fan at all. I couldn't think of anything worse than having to cut my lawn 3 times a week. So in my opinion, it very much depends on the type of finish you're after and whether you're that obsessed with creating that Oxford lawn, Cambridge lawn, whatever we call it. It's not for everybody. And obviously we can do it with battery power as well these days. I sometimes think that we do more damage with cylinder mowers because they tend to be built by not lawn experts, by engineers. So they're very heavy, they cause compaction, and they're not always looked after. The lawns aren't looked after in a sense. And that goes for some of the Oxford lawns that I've looked at recently that have great big heavy cylinder mowers, which look fantastic. But if the work's not done to undo the damage they do, then you may as well have a cheap rotary on there, to be honest. So okay. I would choose a rotary.
Thank you. Let's see here. Okay, a clarification here. I did not quite get your thoughts on the thatch. Is it often recommended to get rid of the thatch every other year? What could you answer? Yes. A quick answer here? Yeah,
I mean, thatch really, I mean, the essential thing that we've got to prune a plant. We've got to scarify a lawn. And obviously when we do that, the main benefit is to prune the plant. The second benefit is to remove a little bit of the organic thatch buildup. So do it spring or autumn, but do it regularly so it's a small amount coming out. You're combing the material out rather than plow it out. The lawn recovers, you start gaining a bit more thatch, a bit more protection again for your soils as well. So it's all little and often.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to say, I think a lot of us, we learn a lot about caring for plants like trees and shrubs and perennials, but maybe the lawn bit is not, maybe that's not why we became gardeners, a lot of us, but I'm realizing it's quite an interesting field once you get into it. And I'd like to say through the Lawn Association, where David is active, there's going to be a course that you can take, a virtual course that you can take like any time of year, really. So I'm just going to mention that for those of you who feel like you need to touch up a little bit more on your lawn skills. And I think that could apply to a lot of you who work in historic sites. That's just a tip to go to the UK Lawn Association. This course is available for people who are not in the UK as well. Right,
it's lawnassociation.org. There is another site somewhere called the UK Lawn Association, so don't get that one wrong. Yeah, right. I think it's ours is lawnassociation.org.uk.
Okay, yeah, and the link is on our webinar page as well. If you click on David as a speaker, there are links. There's a link to his to his business site and to the Lawn Association. Okay, and thank you very much, David. I'm very happy to sort of hear that a lot of the principles that you're recommending are very close to, organic principles of simply caring for your soil and your soil structure. It's not about this commercial stuff with lots of chemicals and, like we were prejudiced to believe. Yeah. So,
well,
so
I think it is a problem, isn't it? We've been led
yes.
down the garden path. That's not a pun. That was just, well, it is actually. But yeah, I think, that, like I say, when you look back at history, what we've learned is that there's nature will do it for us.
Right.
So we don't need much else to interfere, but we do, sadly, because we're still in that commercial world.
Yeah. Well, that's I think that was very enlightening, and it's a positive message. We're going to have to move on to the next presentation now. I see there's one more question in the Q&A. David, if you would like to access the Q&A, you can press type answer. You can actually answer Elizabeth there on your own. Now it's time for me and Joachim to be talking, and we will be sort of presenting some connection, I suppose, between the historical practices in both lawns and meadows, and sort of how we can think about them and work with them in the present. And while it says that we're both speakers, we're not going to be speaking simultaneously, but Joachim is going to start with a little bit about the lawn, and then I'll be speaking about the meadow. I think I'll just hand over to you, Joachim, to start.
Thank you. I will try to share the right page here.
Yeah, looks good.
It looks good, and I will enlarge this one and start. So, oh, sorry. It was really enlightening to hear David's presentation, and I think things got much simpler during his presentation, and now I feel I'm going to make this complicated again with bringing in more perspectives and issues and things to think about. And now Jenny and I will speak about lawn and meadow cultivation in historic gardens today, perspectives and practice.
Joachim, you're not in the full screen mode right now. Is that something you can? This is a recurring issue with Joachim's presentations.
Yeah, that's really strange. I don't know.
I don't know why it messes with you every time. Yeah, good. We're not seeing your notes, so you're good.
Yeah, it works now. Yeah,
yeah.
Good, thank you. Yeah. Now, the first question I wanted to raise here is the management. Do tools and methods affect the heritage object? So that's one of the questions that I've been thinking about, and it's. I wanted to include this question because I want us all to see the garden shed as an important place where we make choices, and we can make informed decisions about the tools we choose. So during my PhD project, I came to the conclusion that yes, methods matter, and the choice of tools matters. And I also have looked into this question about authenticity. Is it important in historic gardens? Yes, my question to that, my answer to that question is yes, authenticity is important in historic gardens because we all are working under the guidelines of the Florence Charter from 1982 for historic gardens. So we maybe not think about this every day when we work in our gardens, but all the countries that we come from have signed this agreement, and we are supposed to follow the guidelines in the Florence Charter, which says that authenticity is an important aspect of the historic gardens. And when we look at historical garden today, it is an expression of what we can accomplish with power tools, I think. So nearly all historical gardens have been managed for decades with power tools and have little to show about historical authenticity. So what we see now is not an authentic 17th or 18th century garden, but a technically perfect result from the 20th century. And John Sayles, the former director of Natural Trust, also emphasizes the value of management methods in regard to authenticity in garden conservation. He says that in gardens, every repeated task, every routine event, every regular footfall has an cumulative effect. Style, quality, and timing of regular operations like pruning, training, cultivation, propagation, and replanting obviously have a continuous as well as immediate effect. But so too do routine jobs like grass mowing. Height, frequency, and the direction of cut, choice of machine, and disposal of cut material all have profound long-term effect, as well as an immediate impact. To write these down as mere maintenance operations undermines their value as the most crucial part of the garden's conservation. So this is kind of upgrading the management work that we do as gardeners in the historic gardens. It is important, the choice of tool and the way we perform the gardening operations. And I don't want us all to make the same choices, but I want us to make informed choices and to also discuss the choices that we make. In this image, we see a RoboMower in the only World Heritage Garden that we have in Sweden. And that RoboMower have come there without a discussion. And that's, I see the lack of discussion about the choice of tools and methods and how they affect the heritage object and also the visitor experience. That's problematic. I think we can have more discussions and make conscious decisions about these things. And then to complicate things even more, I would like to lift an issue that I call the curse of the historical garden. Even if everything is the same and perfectly authentic, it is perceived and experienced differently today than earlier in history. So we may do everything perfectly authentic, but we have changed. So that's kind of problematic when you're into authenticity. Historian William White argues that different periods possesses what we might call different regimes of materiality. They don't just understand the world differently, they experience it differently, they interact with it differently. And so we are perceiving and experiencing the elements, the historic elements, in other ways than they did earlier in history. So that's also an aspect that we have to deal with in the historic garden. And then I go on with complicating everything. Then we have the climate change. This is a quotation from the report by Bisgrove and Hadley from 2002, Gardening in the Global Greenhouse. Extreme climate change will make changes commonplace and so challenge the way we think about our historic gardens, what we expect of them and what we mean by conservation. So we have to think about management methods. It's important, and we have to think about authenticity, and we also have to think about that we are not the same as earlier in history, and now we also have to think about to redefine garden conservation because of climate change and loss of biodiversity. So there is a lot to deal with at the same time. The garden conservation is not the same now as in the 1950s. Here are some examples of management methods. Horses for managing larger lawns and meadows is a wonderful and sustainable method, much appreciated by the visitors. This is an image from Gunnebo. We have had our own horses at Gunnebo for several years, but have not been able to make it work completely. Many things matters: the horses, the staff, the terrain, the stables, and the resources. Now we instead try to work with horse entrepreneurs to use horses for some of the works in the landscape and in the larger lawns. But this is, so team up with horse entrepreneurs if you cannot do this on your own. If you work in a public garden with large lawns, this is really an interesting and sustainable method to explore. But it requires specific conditions and resources and knowledge, of course. I will soon hand over to you, Jenny.
Okay.
Yeah, and artificial lawns, this is an example of artificial lawns. I think this has come and gone quite quickly, so we don't have to deal with this and discuss this very much. I know that in the UK, some historic estates used artificial lawns where they had heavy footfall problems, but the artificial lawns have been taken away in most historic sites again. So this is not really recommended anymore because of the plastic waste in nature. And I haven't seen this in public gardens in Sweden. This is an example of lawnmower. Yeah, this is a remote controlled mower. It's not really a robot, but I wanted to say a few words about lawnmower robots. Lawnmower robots have become increasingly popular in Sweden, especially in private gardens. Mower robots have several advantages compared to power mowers. They are silent, electric, and not fuel powered. They also free the persons from work so that they can do something else than mowing the lawn. And I find the lawnmower robots fascinating because it is the end of a development that started with the invention of the lawnmower in 1827. Now the need for skill is over, and even the need for a person to operate the tool. This is kind of a dream for the engineer. Downsides with the lawnmower robots are that they might be harmful to hedgehogs and that they conserve the old idea of the short-trimmed lawn on a large scale. Nothing is allowed to flower. The lawnmower robot is more efficient than anything else to create and conserve the lawn as a green desert. And that is problematic, I think. It's so efficient. some years ago, I started to dream about a robot that could deliver biodiversity instead. And last year we bought a remote control electric lawnmower and mower beam, which is shown in this image. So this is both, you can both mow the lawn with this machine, and you can also cut the hay in the meadow with this machine. So this is kind of a machine that can contribute to biodiversity as well. And just a few images of other ways of dealing with the lawn and making the lawn expressing other things. Sometimes the lawn can become art, like in this image from Powers Castle. If the garden element, like the maze or the parterre, is gone and cannot be reconstructed at the moment, it can instead be artistically illustrated as pattern in the lawn. And this connects to the history of the garden and makes the lawn more interesting and expressive. And I have two more images showing examples of this way of working with the lawn. So now I will hand over to you, Jenny.
All right.
Finally.
That's okay. Thank you. Yeah, it's just a little comment on the authenticity. I mean, it's interesting to discuss this, and like Joachim wants us to think, is just to make conscious decisions. And sometimes if we are managing a garden around a house where the original owners were very interested in modern development, maybe the most authentic way to care for that garden is to have the latest tools, you know, also. So you have to, it's as long as you've decided and you know all the factors, you know, you can make different decisions and they can all be okay. Just as as long as you just know what you're deciding. So meadows, I'm going to be talking a little bit about the meadow and just its connection, the historical management of the meadow and its relevance today. So first, I'd like to say when I say meadow now, I'm going to say meadow, but I mean natural or native meadows. So like the ideal, like sort of real meadows, if you ask like a biologist or, you know, just so I'm not referring to designed meadows right now. And also I'd like you to just keep in mind that there may be some differences between meadow care routines in different parts of the world. So this outlook is from Sweden or Scandinavia. Now, so Joachim wants us to make better informed decisions about lawn management, both in terms of what we do with the lawns and how we do it. And this same applies to the meadows. As Eva explained earlier today, the European meadow has been created by humans. It's often classified as like a natural system, but it's not actually natural in a way, because it requires us humans human input to keep existing in the form that it does today anyway. So like, and that's what's so interesting. So I mean, it's the meadow has been created through like 1,000 years of human care. That's what's created the meadow flora, and therefore, in a meadow, historically accurate practices are not just about the social values of authenticity. They also like directly affect the species composition of the meadow. If we're talking natural meadows with high diversity of species, because the species are adapted to a management routine that was standard practice for centuries and almost 1,000 years in some places. So that really lends an argument to using the historical practices as your basis for what you're doing in a meadow. And when we think about meadow management, especially as gardeners, what we think about is the mowing of the meadow. Like if somebody asks us, how do we care for a meadow? You mow it, and then you take the what you mown, you remove it from the meadow to keep it from, you know, you don't want it to become rich in nutrients, as Eva talked about earlier this morning. So in a Scandinavian meadow, usually this mowing would happen once a year. And this is often what we do now as gardeners. When we're responsible for a meadow, we mow it sometime in late summer, and we take away the grass. I'm going to call it, I could say hay. I mean, it's not just grass. It can be lots of other plants, of course. And that's what we do in the meadow. Sometimes we mow it twice a year, but that's basically what we do. However, if you look historically at what people did in a meadow, and like I said previously, what people did historically is what has created the meadow and its diversity. You can change the slide to the next one, Joachim. Yay, thank you. So in spring, at least in Sweden, you needed to clean the meadow. This is connected to the fact that you use the scythe to mow the meadow, and you need it to be easier to mow. But it's, I mean, you all know that branches are a pain in the ass, even if you use other types of mowing equipment. This image is, of course, from a very, very wooded meadow. It's not, I mean, a meadow would not be this full of trees normally, but maybe you have a couple of trees in the meadow. This can be a regional difference. But often you have at least have trees around the meadow. And, you know, in autumn, the leaves fall down and you get branches falling down all through winter. So raking and burning or removing the material, some dead grass and some moss maybe. This was standard practice historically. And what that does is it gives light down to the bottom where the little seedlings are that started growing in autumn. You know, by taking away, you're also helping to remove nutrients, which is another goal. I mean, it wasn't historically because they wanted the maximum yield, but now when we're talking diversity, that's what happened, is you remove nutrients and you make the meadow easier to take care of to care for with some kind of mowing tool, whether it's a robot or a scythe. So spring cleaning, I would say that almost nobody who is professionally caring for a meadow does this today because there's no funding for it. But if we want to have a meadow, if we have a meadow that actually has some potential, it has some interesting species, consider doing this, trying it out and just a small area, just 3 by 3 meters or 1 by 1 meter. Just try to do this and see if you notice any difference in sort of regeneration of the species in the meadow and stuff. We could go to the next slide. So another thing that was historically always included in the meadow management routine was the grazing. So after the mowing season, when you've taken away the bulk of the hay, a while after that, you know, the meadow started growing again. You got stuff coming up, and if you say you mow in mid-July or beginning of August, and that's all you do, and then you just leave it until next season, you're going to have a lot of dead grass by spring, and of course that inhibits growth of new seeds, and just it's not very good for the established plants either, because the plants that we want in a meadow are perennials that have usually little basal leaf rosettes, and then they send up flower stalks. So if these basal leaves that survive a mowing, because they're so short, so the scythe would pass over them, you know, if there's dead grass lying on top of all that, they're not going to get any sunlight. I understand that having cows or sheep or any animal grazing your meadows after the mowing is quite impossible for most of you. But what we can do is to look at what the effect is of the animals, and then try to replicate that with other methods. And that can be a late mowing with collecting of that material as well. We might also need to rake a little bit more in the spring to create more bare soil and remove more moss, because animals trampling everywhere, it does help against accumulation of moss in the lawn, or in the garden, sorry, meadow. And And also the hooves, they create little holes in the ground where the seeds can easily grow. So if we can do that artificially, we can sort of manage without the animals. But my point here is that, you know, all these things were equally kind of important in a meadow historically. And when we're just mowing, this can be an explanation for why we are seeing a decline in species diversity in meadows, even in nature reserves, because that's what's happening in Sweden, at least, and I'm sure it's happening in other parts of the world as well. At least where they have skipped some bits of the meadow care routine. I'm sure, like I said, it's different in different parts of the world. So that's just a really short but important point on the meadow care. I don't have a lot left. I'm almost done, but I would like to move to the next slide. Just a little thing about when we're doing meadows in historic sites. It's one thing when you have an existing meadow, because what I talked about now, this is for meadows that have potential for great diversity of like rare meadow species. If you're just going for general bulk biodiversity and something better than a lawn, you can let grass up, or you can sow a new meadow wherever you want. And then you can get by just mowing. You maybe don't need to do all that, the other things that I explained. But in a historic site, you might need to consider, you know, where to place these areas. Like if you convert any lawn in a historic site, you might really change how that site looks and its feel. So think about, you know, maybe I can place the meadows a bit around a corner or a bit further away from the sort of main attraction, which is usually the building, usually a castle or something. So like where it doesn't, you know, alter the whole feel of the place, unless you want to. But I mean, just that could be a tip. And then maybe keep the lawns or use these like low herbaceous alternatives that Maria talked about when you're getting closer to the castle. But if you do want to sort of convert a lot of space even closer to the main attraction of the historic site, yeah, we can go to the next slide. What can happen is you can get a backlash of like bad reactions, because not a lot of people like this in like a castle, because they expect these perfect lawns. And this can be, you can manage it with like signs and information, but it also has to do with sort of how you present it and where it's placed in terms of like these things that we talked a little bit about earlier, cues to care. If we look at the next slide, which is my final slide. Yep, we saw this one earlier, but here is, you can see Daniel mowing an area here in Gunnebo, and we can see that it's probably quite close to the castle, to the house. And I mean, in my opinion, both the short surface that he's cut and the tall surface looks quite okay. It doesn't ruin the whole image of the place. And I believe this is because it has borders, like there's an end, it has a strict shape. So what I want to say, just as a sort of tip to you guys, is that if you want to convert places into lawns, especially in historic sites, try to work with like geometry and, you know, putting fencing or cutting like strict shapes of the lawns. The insects won't mind, and people will have a better reaction than if you just let a whole field up and there's no structure. So also inside a parterre works very like, and you know, anything that has like a nice strict line around it somehow, it's a good, it helps. Okay, so that was a really short one, but we want to just with the final slide to tempt you into visiting Gunnebo House in the summer with to attend the workshop. Yeah, here we are. So this is in June for 3 days. where you will get to actually try practical, lawn care and meadow care. Both to, yeah, I don't know if you want to say something more there. I will be one of the instructors with the scything
yeah, we will. I think we will address now. This webinar has been kind of the theory of this field, and during the workshop we will dive into the practicalities, and we will try to learn things with our hands. We will learn how to use the scythe. We will try the different tools. And we will also work with traditional meadows, and we will work with short-trimmed lawns, and also alternative lawns as to see different types of lawns and how to deal with them, and also different types of meadows. So to strengthen the practical skills that we need to work with lawns and meadows in our historic gardens. So that will take place at Gunnebo House in June, this workshop.
Yeah, so we really hope to see a lot of you there. And there's going to be a lot of time to sort of discuss these issues more, because I know there's a lot of interest in in these topics, to get into them more. And I mean, with the meadows especially, I know that us as gardeners, maybe we have learned something about the lawn when we studied, but we haven't learned anything about meadows during our educations usually. So there's a big gap there that we need to sort of fill with knowledge. Right, so it's sort of on to the Q&A for our little presentation, I think now. The robot, I mean the mower that Joachim showed, I put it in the chat, their international website. And so you can see that one there. And Jan, he says, historically, wouldn't they also have spread manure on the meadows to get more growth? And this is, I think, yes, it's true on some meadows, and on others not so much. So because the manure was also important to use in the farmland, so I think you would only do fertilize a meadow if you had extra. I think Eva has something to say here. Maybe I think this is her special field. I think better than mine.
No, I agree with you. There's a bit of consensus that you wouldn't actually put manure on the meadows. However, the meadows were not just grasslands all the time. They often, at least in Sweden, you would have moving temporal arable fields. When you had a lot of mosses, you would do shallow plowing, manuring, and then and then that will move. And because the grasslands were full of all these flowers, they would seed themselves on the
yeah, you always had a reserve of these species moving back into
and the manuring wasn't as bad as it would be today.
True. Yeah, that's true, because it of course the manure it's affected by what the animals eat and how much they actually need to just survive, and what comes out on the other end. Yeah. Thank you for that. And then Francisca asks, I guess it's quite historically correct to have meadows further away from the manor house, isn't it? And I would say it is, yeah. So, I mean, that would be the ideal, historically accurate, authentic way to do it. But I know that, I mean, some of you have so much lawn closer to the manor houses too, where you might want to do something. So if you want to consider, changing those into lawns too, or meadows, or pictorial meadows, then I would suggest working with, borders and like shortcut edges or something, just to make it look a bit stricter than it will if you just let it go. Anybody else with questions? Let's see. Okay, here's an input in the chat. Alexander says, in the UK at least, the meadows were placed mainly on areas of naturally high fertility, such as floodplains, so manuring wasn't practiced either. Yeah, I mean, that's historic, like really back in the day. That's sort of the mother of that. That's where the meadow started. Meadow care of like mowing. That's what people used. The wet meadows. Yeah, it's the same in Scandinavia. When we're talking species diversity and stuff, like the potential for diversity, the drier meadows have the higher potential for diversity. But of course, there will be different species. So, I mean, it's always nice to have different meadows on your site because they can all have different plants and therefore different insects living on them and feeding on them, and different mushrooms too, which are very nice if you can get them in there. Yeah. We have an old question in the Q&A section about what type of scythes were used in the 18th century, in the 18th century's pleasure gardens. I mean, I'm not sure we can answer exactly sort of what the curvature was or the length of it, but yeah, Joachim, I don't know.
Yeah, well, it's they had the traditional scythe in the Nordic countries was the hard steel scythe, and that was used earlier in history until quite recently, but now. Today we have many of us have shifted to use the soft the peening scythes from Central Europe and Southern Europe. In images, in all the pictures and paintings and images, we see that the length of the scythe handle was much shorter than we make them today. Today we adjust them to our own personal body length to make this work more ergonomic than it seems to have been earlier in the days.
So yeah, I mean, we see some different lengths of the snout, which is the handle, but it doesn't appear to have been as adjusted as it is now, because otherwise we would be seeing more tall ones than, yeah. I mean, even if people were shorter, it doesn't explain the fact that they're all shorter back in the day than what we have seen, you know.
Yeah, and then there was there are national variations. So in England they have their own type of scythe, which is very different from the Nordic types. So
yeah, what we could say about the types of scythe is that if this is a field where you would be going into only the social aspects of like the authenticity bit, like it doesn't have an impact on the species composition of a meadow. As long as the scythe is sharp, you can use a continental European scythe or a UK scythe or a Scandinavian scythe. So this is, if you want to be like ultra authentic in Scandinavia, you would use a hard steel scythe that you grind on a rotating grinding wheel to sharpen it. And if you're working in continental Europe, you would use a peening blade, which is a softer metal blade that you sharpen by hammering on it on an anvil. But all sharp scythes are good scythes, and they all work. There are pros and cons, but we can talk about that more in the workshop. Yeah. Okay, so time is up for our specific Q&A. But I was thinking we should look at the results of the poll. I want to see what people answered. Should we do that? Christian points out that we need to limit the number of participants of the workshop, and there is a limit. You can't all come, I'm sorry. All right. Can we get that in full screen? Or Mm. And the blue, I assume, is the yes, and the red is the no. Oh, there.
Yes,
Sorry,
along the bottom.
yeah, I saw it in the
Yeah.
bottom.
Yeah.
Thank you. So, and I mean, I know that we have a lot of Scandinavians here, and that might be the reason why there's it's very blue here in the first question, because in Scandinavia usually we do let people walk on the lawns, but I know that it's also allowed in other countries. So are people generally allowed to walk on the lawns where you work? It's mostly yes there, yeah. And number 2 is, do you mow some of the lawns more than once a week? No, most of you don't mow it more than once a week. Good for you, that seems like it would get boring. Do you use lawn fertilizer? So we've got sometimes. Yeah, I mean, if you get the, like, it starts to look a bit too light green, I suppose you could sort of do it when you feel like the color is a bit off, right? Most, yeah, but majority of the rest of you say no there, but altogether, the yes wins, kind of. The yes and the sometimes together kind of win. All right, is there an irrigation system for some or all of your lawns? Most of you have said no to that. This, I'm sure, depends on your climate a little bit. It's very rainy here and in the UK, and a lot of us are from the Scandinavia and UK. And then is the irrigation part of your regular management routine? And that's also a no. And number 6, it's interesting. Are there rules or historic guidelines that affect your management of the lawn? And here's also the majority says no, but still quite a lot. I mean, some of you do have some regulations or historic guidelines that sort of, if any of you who answered yes here would like to write in the chat what it is, that sort of, what those rules mean for you, for your work, that would be interesting to hear. And then we asked if there are environmental guidelines that affect your management. And that's also a yes for a lot of you. This can be, for example, here we're not allowed to use what's it called, herbicides, and also pesticides. They're in general forbidden in municipally owned parks in Sweden, for example. Do you communicate with your visitors about how you manage the lawns? This is kind of 50-50, but it's just nice to hear that some of you actually do communicate about the lawns. It's because it's something that maybe a lot of people take for granted. So that's actually very interesting to see. And here, the follow-up question, do you communicate with your visitors about the value of lawns for biodiversity? And yes, you do. Half of you do. I'm actually impressed. I thought that we would get more no's on this one than we did. So that's nice. That's nice to see. Okay, next. Have there historically been meadows where you work? Yeah, seems like there has. Are there currently meadows where you work? Yes, there are. Okay. Are you considering permanently changing lawns into long grass or pictorial meadows? Yeah, a lot of you are. I mean, the long grass is something like just letting the grass go and then cutting it twice or more times a year, but not collecting the grass that you cut usually. So this is a very, very cheap alternative, which often gives more diversity than a regular shortcut lawn. So yeah. Are you considering permanently changing lawns into native meadows? A lot of you are as well. Yeah, we kind of knew that in the 14 here that you would say no, but are you considering permanently changing native meadows back into lawns, long grass or pictorial meadows? And a lot of you said no. The reason we ask this is because I know that sometimes the budget is not enough to care for a meadow like a meadow. So you a lot of people want to stop collecting the hay and removing the cut material. So it can happen sometimes that you can convert a lawn back into like a long grass maintenance routine instead. But it's nice to see that you're not doing that. Do you communicate with your visitors about how you manage your meadows where you were? Yes, you do. And you communicate about the value of your meadows for diversity. Nice. Thank you very much for participating. Oh yeah, and then we got a comment in the chat about that there are often rules by the municipality where you're not allowed to have the grass higher than 10 centimeters. So there's a penalty. Do you mean, Daige, do you mean for homeowners, for like private gardens? Aha, okay. Oh, that's mean. It's your property. Oh, yeah. You need to work on changing their minds there. All right. Okay. Now it's time to sort of do the final panel discussions. And we're also, of course, as some of you have asked in the chat, we are going to present, the coming webinar on fruit trees, and also the coming, just the workshops and everything. There will be information about that. So you're not going to miss it. What I was thinking to sort of start off the panel discussion is to kind of ask the panelists, do you feel like, I could start with Kate. I'd like to, because Kate hasn't spoken since the beginning, but if you could sort of present yourself and then discuss a little bit whether you feel, what you feel the lawn has, the role of a lawn is now in a historic park or garden today. Like, has it played its role, or what role should it have in your opinion?
Well, I found this really fascinating because I think it's opened my eyes to something that, as David said, that as gardeners, we should really know more about our lawns or our meadows. And I have made quite a good career out of digging up lawns and turning them back into kitchen gardens, which of course that's the topic of our next webinar, because so many kitchen gardens were put down to lawns because they were so high maintenance. It was regarded as the easiest way of dealing with that space. So during the last 20 years, we've actually had the funding to restore a lot of kitchen gardens, which has meant digging up the lawn and planting fruit trees and vegetables. So I'm afraid that's where I'm coming from. But also coming from the topic as a visitor, I realize just how important lawns or meadows are in your experience, as we call it in the National Trust, the visitor experience, because people, it is a way of setting off the rest of the garden. It's a backdrop for the rest of the garden. And if the lawn is somehow ajar with the rest of the garden, there is a real jarring feeling when you're walking around. If you can't walk on the grass, which is what it was there for, that's the first barrier. And I have to say that fewer and fewer properties are allowed to ban people from walking on the grass. That used to be, in my childhood, that was the thing, wasn't it? And I can only cite a few examples, and I think they would be Oxford and Cambridge colleges, which would still have those signs of don't walk on the grass. Most historic properties now would frown upon that. And in fact, one of the best examples I've seen of how to protect your lawn when you are worried about footfall, but you want people to experience the beauty of a good quality lawn, is to ask people to take their shoes and socks off. And that was something in Wales, in Bodnant Garden, that I saw. And I thought, well, wow, what a way of both preserving your lawn, because clearly bare feet are much less dangerous to a lawn than people with boots and shoes, but also to get people to experience the sensual pleasure of walking on grass. So I'm coming from it now more as with open eyes of what you can achieve with all these different management techniques for the visitor experience. Oh, you're muted, Jenny.
Thank you. Thank you for your input. That's very good. I'm thinking we'll move on to Joachim to answer the same question.
Yeah, I'm rooted in this historical situation here with this strong identity and strive for authenticity. But as I also said in my presentation here, we have to consider many things today, and now at Gunnebo we have moved on, and we kind of challenge the visitors by doing different things with our lawns to challenge the ideas about how a lawn should look. And this is both to inform and to discuss the history of the lawn. It has not been as perfect as it is today, earlier in history in Sweden. And it's also to show the biodiversity potential of the lawn. So we are actually moving away from authenticity to challenge the current norms regarding the lawn. And then perhaps in the future, there will be much more meadows in the surrounding society, and we can move back to show the historically correct lawn again. So that's where we are now. So we are kind of experimental, and we are acting as an example to show alternatives. And this is in a listed situation. So we have rules and regulations. So I have to have a discussion with the county administrative board to be allowed to do this. And one of the goals that we have here at Gunnebo is to contribute to biodiversity. So we can change lawns into meadows because we are trying to contribute to biodiversity, even if it is a listed building and a listed garden. So yeah, that's where I am on the move, and trying to act and use this garden as an example of showing different alternatives, and also the thing, informed decisions. I think that's kind of a key word. So we shall not do the same, all of us, but we shall do things based on informed decisions. So that's the key, I think.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I think we have, some people have said it today, but I mean, really we have to acknowledge that a lawn, it may be, in some places it may be outdated to have a lawn because it's not used or doesn't contribute so much to the feel of a place, even a historic place. But when it comes to handling foot traffic or sport events, or there is nothing green that can replace it. Nothing. This is the best vegetation for that purpose. So yeah, it's what I'm not sure about with the historic sites. It's so hard to say it just sort of depends on from place to place. But in general, we do see a lot of lawn that is just cared for as a lawn because it's easy, and nobody's walking on it, and nobody's really appreciating it. It could just as well be a meadow or a pictorial meadow, or just tall long grass, anything else, because nobody needs it to be a lawn. And those are the places that are the easiest to convert into something else, I would say. Eva, I know you maybe don't work with lawns so much, but it would be interesting to hear what you have to say about the the role of the lawn today?
Well, I agree that you do need the lawns to have a picnic and to do sports and all that. But it needs to be diversified. And I just want to sort of hook into what Joachim was saying about trying different things. I mean, in Sweden, there's this national work with green infrastructure, where you need to connect different ecosystems to each other. What I was talking about, the connectivity of the mosaic of the ecosystems. So we need to do this both in the countryside and in urban areas and all that. And especially in the urban areas, this is you guys who will have that responsibility. So I would suggest to sort of stop playing with the different types of lawns and meadows of different types. And I mean, it can't get worse. I mean, all these just green deserts that are in the urban areas, just play along and do flowery things, and the biodiversity will thrive, at least better than now.
Yeah, that's good input. I know that David is sort of lurking in the background. Is David, would you like to answer, or are you not there?
I think he's there, but can only answer in the chat.
Okay, yeah.
Saying.
Right. But he has sort of spoken about this earlier, so.
Oh, no, here he
is.
I was just going into my garden then. I didn't hear any question or anything.
Sorry, we're sort of doing the rounds of sort of just saying a few words about what we feel is the role is of the lawn today, and where it is it outdated or not, or like where should we keep it and where should we not keep it, and just.
I mean, from my opinion, I mean it's one of those things. It's a bit like anything really. No one's got the answer. We've just got opinions.
Yes.
It's got a place in modern society because there's absolutely millions of them. So it will have a part to play. I think the management of them, whether it be on a historic site or whether it be any homeowner, certainly needs to be looked at. I think I think the way we've been educated is appalling. I mean appalling. It's probably the easiest plant to grow on the planet, yet most people fail, which I find amazing. I mean, I've been fortunate enough to look after some of the best turf in the world during my time, and I don't think I'm that good, because I know that nature and enhancing nature is just the way to do it. It's if you try and fight and kill things with pesticides or whatever it may be, I mean, I think you're just undoing what nature's already doing for you. It can compete with a lawn can compete with many things when it's healthy, and any plant, including lawns, they will play a part whether they're healthy or not, of course, and the subjectiveness of what we consider our perfect lawn is bound to change anyway. It's certainly changed a lot in the last 20 years, and I suppose it will continue to do so. So I think biodiversity and your type of lawn, I think we make too much of what a perfect lawn should be, because the perfect lawn's the one that's perfect for you. So as long as we do it in an environmentally sensitive way, we can have a mixture of everything, in my opinion.
Can I just ask a question I was going to ask of David? This is an initiative that I think is only in the UK, but is really taken off both domestically and in public gardens, which is No Mow May.
Yes.
Now, have you seen that's been going for 2 or 3 years now?
It has, yeah.
And becoming quite popular. What are the effects, do you think, on people's lawn management of simply not mowing in May?
But I mean, the strange thing is, I mean, I get obviously why it's being done. It's a period. I assume that they've picked a period when a lot of weeds, plants, whatever we want to call it, are flowering in our lawn, and obviously it's a way of allowing bees and such like to help pollinate. If you want a nice lawn, May's probably the worst time to not cut it. Even if you want a nice lawn that's got weeds growing in it, it's a very tricky one. Personally, I think, well, if you're going to leave May, then you might as well leave February, March, April, June, July, and so on and so on. I sort of get the reason, but I don't really see that it's the right thing to do. I don't have a problem with leaving weeds in a lawn or flowers or whatever we call them, but it doesn't particularly do much. I think you'd be better off, if you're going to choose it, then choose not to mow when anything's flowering. It might be it might be April, of course, but are you going to not mow in April because you only not mow in May? And if they flower in June, what do you do then? I don't know. I just think it's a bit odd. I get why we do it, because there's a serious message behind it, which I'm all behind. I just think it's not quite right. I just don't think anyone.
I didn't think you would.
In my opinion,
No.
I've seen it and I've commented on it, and I love the fact that flowers can grow in people's lawns. I don't have a problem with that at all. I suppose that there has to be an object behind it, and I think if it were me, if I was trying to grow flowers and have more biodiversity, I just wouldn't cut much at all. Or if I did, I'd cut incredibly high, and maybe once every 2 months or something. But I would also have to look at the way I grow grass, because grass will outcompete many things. So if you make a grass lawn healthy, it will outcompete most things. So if you want biodiversity, you've got to go the opposite way and certainly not do anything. Let it go very, very infertile. Somehow make grass less vigorous than it is. It's difficult, and it's the same when you try and create a meadow out of a lawn. It's very difficult, because if you make grass the dominant plant, a lot of things will struggle.
Yeah, we had a slightly similar program in Sweden that it's not as widespread, but there was a suggestion to sort of let up a square meter of your lawn and just not cut it for a whole season, and then maybe mow it, the end, to just get rid of it. But like you say, David, it's going to be mostly grasses. But even tall grasses have more, they can host more, insects. So
absolutely,
and it's also that way you don't have to do this hybrid solution that you're describing the negative aspects of.
Yes.
If you sort of just, okay, this is the square that I'm going to just leave to this year and see what happens. And
yeah, I mean, let's say, every garden's different and everybody's view will be different. Gardens have a place to play in our social interaction as much as our environmental actions as well. So, yeah, in my opinion, it's always worked. We did a thing at Tatton Park for the RHS a few years ago. And we had 4 different little squares of lawn, but we had over by the shed, we had a square meter of wildflower turf, and you could have the best of both worlds if you wanted it, of course. But everyone's lawn will be different. There's no right and wrong. No. I maintain some. I'd love to show you some pictures of some of the lawns we maintain, but they're the best lawns probably in the world, and they're done sustainably. We've got we use, like I say, composted recycled food waste fertilizers. We use no pesticides on it. We use battery-powered cylinder mowers. They look better than most people would think. We even Prince Charles, I went to a party there a couple of years ago, and I won't put on his voice, but he actually thought it was fake grass.
That's interesting, and I think we need to move on to have one more question. But thanks for that input, and I'm sure we can learn more about that if we attend your course from the Lawn Association. About perfect lawns anyway to achieve it.
Yeah. Well, it's perfect for the person.
I know what you mean. Yeah. Thank you. Okay, there's a question in the Q&A, David, but I'd like for you to answer that in writing instead. I wanted to do one talk that is, one panel question now that is a little bit more about when we're converting lawns into other types. I can imagine that the pictorial meadows don't meet much resistance, but I think long grass and meadows and just reducing extending the intervals between cutting, any kind of, that stuff will have a negative reaction from some people, some of your visitors and some of your staff or your colleagues as well. So I would like to hear a little bit what your experience is in sort of meeting those negative reactions when you're doing something other than what we were taught originally. Joachim, would you like to start with your view from Gunnebo?
Yes. Well, first, I would like to just comment on the discussion before, just a short comment. By letting the grass grow or the plants in the lawn, when I've done that, this is just a philosophical perspective on this. It's like, I feel that it's like leaving some space back to other species that we as humans have colonized. So we're giving back these square meters to other species. I don't need that to be short trimmed. I can give it to other species to thrive. So that's one perspective on this. Do we really have to have so much short trimmed lawns? Or can we do other things? Can we just stop colonizing the whole planet and just paving this and doing short-trimmed lawns everywhere? That it is problematic in relation to biodiversity. I think we all agree on that. And by shifting the lawn into something else, I think. That's the feeling that I get when I do this. I'm giving back. I'm trying to. I don't need this space. I give it to other species. So that's just one perspective on that. And then the question about reactions. If we do different things than the ordinary lawn, and don't explain why it looks different, we get a lot of negative reactions. So it's really important, but we don't have to say very much. We don't have to write a book about why we do things differently. We just have, it's almost enough to say we do things differently because we want to be historically correct or we want to contribute to biodiversity. So it takes very little communication for most people to get acceptance for doing things differently. But I think that has also to do with the visitors that we get. The visitors that come to Gunnebo, maybe they are into this. It's organic, they like good food, they are into sustainability, so they are open-minded, they are open to what we're up to here. So maybe other visitors would react differently. I don't know that. But the visitors that we have, they are generally positive if we give them some information why it looks differently.
Yeah, and I would say Gunnebo as a site is very close to nature, so you're not. It's not such a big step to have some lawn or meadow conversion there because you don't. It's not perceived as such a strict garden. Because it's the strict part of the garden is so small, and then you've got nature outside. Okay, Kate, do you have any input on this?
Well, yes, it's interesting because one of the areas that I looked after, as well as a kitchen garden, was an orchard. So orchards are really interesting because they tend to be very rich ground. The soil is very fertile, so it's very hard to make a meadow out of them. but nor do you want to be in there mowing all the time, particularly with the low-hanging fruit. So our solution was to mow little paths through. And it was one of the most popular things because I think little children particularly find long grass quite hard to get through. Literally, it's up to their knees. It's like a bit like a jungle for us. Whereas if you mow a little path, only about 30 centimeters wide, a narrow mower, they feel they can explore and really get, again, it's the sensory pleasure of being in amongst plants like that. And obviously you can get to the trees to pick the fruit. So that was a very simple solution. But the problem was we then really struggled to find the right sort of mower to come and cut it again in the autumn, because there was obviously a lot of very long grass which hadn't been mown all season. So I was really interested to see, Joachim, your remote control mower that would actually be able to, would it tackle grass of, I don't know, 30 centimeters high?
Yes, if you on the mower beam, which is designed to mow meadows, you could do that.
You could. Fascinating, because that was a real problem, and we had to stop that practice because we just didn't have the right equipment to deal with it.
Yeah, the mower beam that Joachim explains, it works the same way that a hedge trimmer, because it's got these triangular
blades. Yes.
So that works with any height of grass.
Yeah.
Have you used signs at all? Is that something you work with?
Scythes.
Signs to inform, like
yes.
written and with images, or
yes, we're very big on what we call interpretation. So there's always blackboards up to explain what we're trying to do in different areas of the garden, and that works really well because, as you say, if people understand the reasons behind your decisions, you're halfway there, I think. So
that's true. Eva, what's your experience with sort of communicating what you're doing? And
working with the students, we usually work with in meadows where we have sort of access from the municipality or the church, wherever we're working. So we haven't had to communicate so much more than like a sign that the students are doing this work.
Are you encountering anything with the staff at those places? Do they understand what you're doing?
No, I haven't. No, because the church where we're working, it's more or less an abandoned church. Trying to sell it, so there's not much staff there at all, especially not on weekdays. I suppose they're more in Sundays. Sorry, I just turned off the phone. No, but I was thinking. I'm not working in a public garden. But I used to work in a museum for a long time, and we worked a lot with children. And I know a lot of public gardens and parks and have programs for children. And I was just thinking a simple thing would be to involve children. As you said, Kate, it's easy to make them happy if you sort of run around on a path. But also investigate how many beetles do you find in this type of grass, and how many beetles do you find in this type of grass, and counting flowers. I mean, if you don't know the names of them, you can always see this one and this one and this one look different than this one. So simple children's programs, and if you get the children, you get the parents.
Of course,
that's true. I agree. I used to work at a nature reserve where I know we had this little paper with it was like a scavenger hunt where they had images of the different plants that you can check if you see them, to sort of collect them during the season. And I mean, for adults, you can do a version where you have a guided tours instead and talk about them a little bit more, like if there are historic like medicinal values, or some little anecdotes on their pollination, or because some of them are quite interesting. Just so this one is pollinated, the seeds are spread by ants, and you can always find, and do you know why these flowers are yellow and these are purple, what does that mean, or this so that's a really good it's a good tip. The reason why I asked about, you know, how people, I mean, the actual staff also respond to work with meadows and tall grass is that this can be a problem. In many workplaces, you have maybe one gardener who wants to do some changes and they have to fight all their colleagues to do it. It's not always the public that put up the most sort of opposition. There was a very popular TV series from Denmark that also aired in Sweden about a municipality that decided to sort of just do something about that biodiversity, and it's a huge, like, a project for several years. I'll put the link to it. It's on Danish television. I don't think there's English subtitles, unfortunately. But if you speak any Scandinavian language, you can probably manage with the subtitles on. It's really interesting because then they sort of they show how the general public, you know, react to the suggestion of letting their lawns grow, and also the people who mow the lawns along the roadside. I mean, professionals. And so that's it's. This, I'm sure a lot of you are aware in the audience that it's not just the general public. You have to get on your side when you're doing something new. I'm thinking we're kind of running out of time, and I want to just make sure we have the time to look at the upcoming, to get some information about the upcoming webinar about the fruit trees. So Kate, would you like to present that?
Yes, I don't have a slide to share at the moment, but I'll just tell you all about it. So as I mentioned, that's my background, is coming from kitchen gardens. And one of the key people in the UK who's been researching the history of kitchen gardens, Susan Campbell, is going to introduce our webinar with how important fruit trees specifically were in the development of walled gardens because of their particular needs from the microclimates that walled gardens can create. So we're going to be looking, she's going to introduce the topic. Then we've got the fruit specialist from a garden in Somerset called the Newt, who's just replanted 600 trained fruit trees in the walled garden there, and we'll be and they're for all different varieties of fruit. We tend to just think about apples and pears, but we're talking about apricots, peaches, nectarines, even persimmons is the latest one he's going to be growing. So we'll hear from him, and then we'll get into the thorny debate, which you can hear gardeners talking about for hours as to what pruning technique should be used. So is it the Lorette technique, which is where you prune 3 or 4 times a year to keep the trained fruit in perfect condition throughout the year? A bit like lawns, in my view, actually. Or do you do it just the modified Lorette, which is once a year in the late summer? And this is where the whole topic of climate change comes in, because our perception of when you should do that late summer prune is changing as we're getting wetter summers and needing to prune a little bit later to stop the regrowth. So that topic will come up. We're hoping to hear from various specialists, somebody in France who is running an amazing orchard of specifically trained fruit trees, but using all volunteer labour to do this very complex pruning. So therefore undermining all the arguments I've ever had that you have to be a professional gardener to be able to look after trained fruit. So those are the topics we'll be covering.
Interesting. So I posted a link to that webinar in the chat.
Thank you.
And the workshop, the summer workshop on lawns and meadows, it's not posted yet, I think, on our website, but just keep an eye on it and it will arrive. But could we just remind people of the dates? It was the 7th to the 10th, I think.
Of June.
Of June.
Yes, that's right.
Great. So.
And also, can we
remind, in your calendar for now?
Can we remind people that these webinars are being recorded so that anybody who's registered will be getting a link to the YouTube to show pieces that they might have had to miss?
Yeah. And I managed to answer all the Q&As. Some of you got a written answer from me or one of the others, but you can contact any of us if you need more information as well, of course. It's been a delight doing this. I hope that all of you have, take something away from this that you didn't have before. I don't know what else I need to say here. So if you want to sign up for the next webinar, you just go to the website and then you click sign up, and it's free. So that's very easy. Anna-Stina is sharing here the links to the project page. That if you go to that project page, you will find everything. And if you follow it on Instagram, you're going to get the notification, or on Facebook, when we post something new. So you can follow it on social media too. When it comes to the workshop, you'll have to wait to sign up, but keep an eye out for it. Thank you very much for listening, staying with us the whole day. This is, I'm just a presenter, really. Joachim, I suppose, is the real host here. I don't know if you want to say a few words, or, we're out of time already, so.
Yeah, I can just say thank you to all the speakers and all the participants, and a big thank you to you, Jenny, who have done this job excellent today with keeping this all together as a chair. So I hope to see you again in the coming webinars and workshops. So thank you, all of you. Thank you very much.